passing council resolutions. They are not, even in this case, they are not establishing those CSFs. And which municipalities that have said that they don't have budget for meeting? Because I understand that CSF is a forum. It's just to have those meetings. Even to launch, you are not going to take the half of a day or 3 hours to launch a CSF. So which municipalities that are saying that they need a budget to launch the CSF, so that when we sit with municipalities, Honorable Chair, we are able to take them to task, all of them, because this is an important part, an integral structure for ensuring that the integrated prevention crime strategy, it functions even at a lower level of governance. So including everyone that must be involved. So if these CSFs, they are not functional or they are not there, it means that we would not have that coordinated platform to have that information flowing so that we are able to curb and combat crimes at the lower level of where they are happening. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Mackay, I'm going to get back to you, but let's get an answer on this question. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, we have been to municipalities in this province that have resolved to launch these CSFs. It's Mangaung and Moqhaka. These are the only 2 municipalities in the province that have resolved. All these other municipalities, like I'm talking about municipalities that we've been to. We've been to Maluti Apofung, twice in Maluti Apofung. We tried to arrange meetings there. They literally failed. Those did not sit at all. We've been to Dihlabeng municipality. That was on the 5th of April 24 and the 29th of October. And we asked them to, if they really, we asked them to ensure that they resolve to launch the CSFs. They never came back to us. We've been trying to get to know whether they resolved or not. We haven't found anything. We've been to Moqhaka. Moqhaka was moving quite fast until there was change of leadership there, and then everything was stuck again. We are back to, to zero again in Moqhaka. But at least we have done a lot of work there, because at least in Moqhaka, particularly in Viljoenskroon, we had a business community there which was really willing to work to ensure that the CSF is launched. We did a lot of work with that business community. Lejweli Putswa. We tried in Lejweli Putswa. We've been to the Speaker's office several times. Nothing came of it in Lejweli Putswa, Chair. Yeah, those are the municipalities that we've been to. But I must indicate once again, Chairperson, that, like we said, the launching of the CSFs is not really dependent on us as Civilian Secretariat. It's just that we took that responsibility because we saw that municipalities are not doing anything about it. And we thought, why don't we assist them to ensure that they are launching? Because we, in terms of the policy, we are only expected to come where once the forum has been launched, then we monitor the functionality of that forum. But because they are not there, they are not being launched, we decided let's go to them and assist them to launch. That is the best that we could do in the situation. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Mackay, I think you have questions that weren't answered. You can just remind the department.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there's 2 that haven't been answered. The one was about the firearm storage and management, the non-compliance of that. How will that be addressed? The other one is, why did the IPID consultative forum not take place?
Sorry, Chair, can I answer those questions?
Yes, please continue.
On the one of the firearms non-compliance issues, with your permission, I would like to submit a written report, because I have a report on the stations that were visited, the findings, and also the resolutions that we took. So I will submit a written report on the firearms issue. Then the second issue, the iPad compliance forum that didn't sit. There are two levels of iPad meetings that we have. There's the iPad recommendations meetings. It takes place monthly. Then there's the iPad compliance forum. The iPad recommendations meeting is chaired by myself. It's a lower level meeting. It's at a director level. So it's easier for us to sit regularly because it can be delegated to us at the lower level. The problem with the iPad consultative forum, sorry, not compliance forum, consultative forum, is that it requires the presence of the executive director of the iPad, the Deputy Provincial Commissioner of Support Services, General Singh, and the head of the Provincial Secretariat. Those are the three people that need to be at the iPad consultative forum. So that power cannot be delegated to me to chair that meeting. So sometimes it happens that diaries just clash and people are not available. So usually the information is still available. It's not that information sharing is not happening. It's just that something happens and the meeting cannot sit. That is the honest truth. Then the one about complaints, there was a question about complaints management. What happens is we get complaints and there are three things that happen with complaints. We get complaints that we refer. We get complaints that sometimes we need to refer it to iPad. It falls not within our mandate. We register it, but we immediately refer it, so we can close it off as a referral. Then we get complaints that we address immediately, but due to how can I put it? The complaint is of such a nature that you cannot close it in one day. Someone comes with a historical case, you must go back to the station, you must look for a docket. Sometimes you must go to the archives, the docket is lost. It takes a longer time. You cannot close it in 1 or 2 days. So the investigator will communicate with the station. We might even have to go further and look for the docket. It takes more than 30 days. It might even take more than 3 months. But we do keep the person updated with progress, so it's not closed within that same quarter. And then there's other cases that the person comes in, or there's a call in the evening, listen, I'm at this station, because we do have 3 numbers that appear on the website. It's my number and 2 other telephone numbers. They call in 10 o'clock at night and say, listen, I'm at this police station, I'm having a problem, people do not want to open a case for me, or I need assistance, what, and we assist the person and close it there immediately. So it's basically, it just goes through the register to show, so that we do not create a picture of, a false picture of the number of complaints that we get. I don't know whether that answers your question, sir.
Thank you. Honourable Mokoena.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Just a follow-up. The non-sitting of the consultative forum, that is above your level of scope of work. Whose responsibility is it to ensure that it sits amongst the 3 people that are obliged to be part of that meeting? Whose responsibility is it? Given that there is no clash here and there, but somebody must take responsibility to ensure that that forum sits. Whose responsibility is that?
Thank you very much, Chair. Civilian Secretariat is the coordinator of the sitting, and there is already a standing schedule for these meetings throughout the year. So all the members had agreed on the sittings, but in the last one, I think in the preparations of all the budget speeches, and there were quite a number of activities that also came through during our scheduled meeting. So we were not all available during that time because we had to participate at certain activities. So and this forum has been consistently sitting since it was resuscitated. So this was the first time that it has not sat. So it's a meeting that should be followed up, and it must take place during the next quarter so that we make to make up for the lost time in the first quarter.
Honourable Squabella, Honourable Foko.
Yes, Chair. I just want to follow up, Chair. And the more the department responds, the more questions we have. That out of 23 municipalities, so the department says that to us there's 2, which is Mangaung and Makaga, that they've resolved, and then 3, they've met Dihlabeng, Malutapofung and Lejwelebutso. Then there's 18 municipalities that you have not met as you are supposed to capacitate them. So what has been the reason for you not to meet these other 18 municipalities? And are they aware, these municipalities, that they are supposed to, these other 18, that they are supposed to establish these community safety forums? Because if you are not playing that part of capacitating them, it means that they are not going to be able to do that. That's why they would even say that, say that they want a budget to establish or to launch a community safety forum, because clearly they don't understand what it is, a community safety forum. And then the other issue, I hear that the department says to us that they had a schedule, but there were budget processes and they were all unavailable. So the entire civilian secretariat was not available to execute its primary responsibility and delegate all the unit to the budget processes. I just want clarity on that issue, because I don't think that the budget process of a department or drafting a budget requires an involvement of an entire civilian secretariat instead of doing these primary responsibilities that they are involved in budgeting process. Up until, I think we're at around about 2 to 3 weeks of budgeting, and the department had only 1 day. So why have the entire unit has abandoned that primary responsibilities to an extent that they did not even fulfill the schedule that they have drafted themselves? Perhaps we need to also have to submit that, they must submit that schedule for us, Chair, that we must, and also so that when we make a follow-up with COCTA and municipalities, we give them that they must adhere to this schedule. But why did the department also neglect that primary responsibility, especially the entire civilian secretary, and what was their role in the budgeting process if they were not all there? Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Foko.
Thank you very much, and the department officials. Chair, I don't want to repeat the questions that have been asked by Honourable Squabella. I'm covered, Chair. Thank you very much.
Maybe to add to, oh, sorry.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good morning, everyone. Chair, I would just like to applaud the department for achieving most of their indicators. They even did more on social crime prevention. If you can check the report, Chair, they did more on that one. It's only one indicator not achieved. I think Honourable Squabella elaborated more on that one. Thank you so much.
Maybe to assist the department, I think it's necessary that we understand the policy behind CSFs. What is it meant for, and why do we have this policy? And it's good that we have this policy, but I think it's necessary that we understand that, and then the process to establish that CSFs. If you can maybe explain that, because that will also assist us to understand what's going on here with the municipalities. But keep that in mind when you answer Honourable Squabella's question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'll just start by opening on the last question from Honorable Sikwebela, that I think my colleague explained that there are two forums. There is first the consultative forum that sits. The consultative forum goes through cases, interprets them and concludes them and submit the recommendations to the to this consultative forum. That is the second phase, where it's the senior officials from SAPS, IPIT, and Provincial Secretariat, which consists of it's all seniors, and then it is supported by the recommendation committee. So that is the second portion of the sitting. So the non-sitting of the meeting is not because there's no people to delegate or there was not delegation made to sit, but the key role players that were supposed to be, who are responsible for the finalization and the submission of the recommendations to the SAPS, is advocate at IPIT, General Singh, SAPS, and myself as the acting civilian secretariat for Free State. But in that case, the running of, I'm also acting director communications. So it was important for us to consider, because I mean, even the budget speech was not in Bloemfontein. So that was the only inconvenience. Otherwise, when we tried postponing the previous week, the two colleagues were engaged. So we thought we will sit twice in the next quarter to address the outstanding report and address the report for the next year, for the next quarter. So that was the only reason. Other than that, there are no stories to it. I think is there on the CSF issue. I think my colleague also tried to explain further. It is the prerogative of the MEC to ensure that there are CSFs in the province that are functional, and the MEC has engaged, has initiated talking to municipalities. So it is a function that we can train them, we can take them through policies and all that, but the challenges within municipalities that probably do not come to the realization of the formation of these CSFs. So like we said, the department has done a lot to try and support various municipalities, excluding the issue of budget, to ensure that these forums are established. But we will not give up. It is not, the prerogative is that the MEC has to assess these functions, but to make them happen, to establish them, is a challenge. So I want to believe that we will look at things differently and also see, like we said, we had a lot of support from SALGA to ensure that this message is escalated to all municipalities, to make them understand the importance of these forums. So we will continue knocking on doors and seeing which municipality is coming through. I'm not sure if any of my colleagues would like to add on that.
Yeah, just maybe one or two things. Chairperson, yes, we are, as a department, of course, we also have got our own challenges. I hear the Honorable Zugabela is saying we only visited 5 municipalities or so. What about the rest? Truly speaking as well, we are, I think we are supposed to be 36 at least, rather 42 as per the current structure. We are roughly 28 or so. So you can imagine as well, with all the financial challenges that we have, we are not in a position to reach every municipality as we would love to. So that is a problem as well. And maybe just to add on what Mayor Mopete said on the issue of the CSFs. I still want to repeat, Chair. If we did not stand up to do some work, even the two municipalities that have resolved to ensure that CSFs are launched wouldn't have done anything, you know. Hence I said, at least we took it upon ourselves to ensure that we bring light to them to say, here's a policy, this is how this policy works, this is what is expected of you. But we can only go that far, you know. We cannot really drag them to ensure that CSFs are launched. We only brought this policy to them to say, here's the policy and this is what is expected of you. So once, Chairperson, the municipality has resolved to launch the CSFs, there must be a workshop, you know, to train the municipal officials and the councillors, right? But in this instance, for an example, in Mangaung, this is where we've done a lot of work. In Mangaung, we trained councillors on this policy. We trained officials on this policy. We also assisted them together with Salga to develop a community safety plan. Because really there were problems, but we ensured that that document, it's done and dusted. It's up to them now to ensure that they agreed to that document or what, to ensure that at least when they launch the CSF, they've got a document that they can work on as a guide. So that is what we did. Had we not done that, they wouldn't have had that document as well. So I want this House to understand that even if they want us to do more, but with all the problems that we have, we cannot reach all these municipalities all at once in 1 year, given also the challenges that we have. Thank you, Chair.
Any other members? Honourable Mackay.
Last question from my side, Chair. Just on this CSFs again, is there any consequences that the municipalities will face if they do not have, if they do not launch? Because it's a policy and it's expected of them. Is there any consequences? Thank you.
Chair, not in as far as I know, policy doesn't say anything about that. Thank you, Chair.
Just a last question on the oversight reports. Will those oversight reports be made available, or can it be made available to this committee? And the reason for that is, and we've not finalized that within the committee yet, but we are looking at a situation where members will conduct oversight at police stations. But these reports will also assist us to say what is it that the department is looking at as additional information. So can they be made available to us so we can also give it to our researchers for when we do conduct those oversight visits, to also say these are the matters the department looks into. Maybe MEC, I think the issue of the CSFs is also at a political level. I'm not saying party political level, but there are political factors that are at play here. What is the problem with municipalities? Is it a lack of political will, or a lack of understanding, or a lack of funding? What is it that limits municipalities or don't make them take that step to establish these CSFs?
Thank you, Chair. Let me say first, I think there are a lot of misconceptions, not only about community, the CSFs themselves, even with the community policing forums, including patrollers. There's a whole lot of misconceptions. This was even a discussion that we took up in the MINMEC. And the explanation that was given is that some of them especially patrollers, are actually supposed to be projects that are driven by community policing forums. It's an ongoing discussion. In my interaction with the team, I have also proposed that we need to prepare something that can be tabled for the Premier's Coordinating Forum, where all the municipalities are convened, just to make a comprehensive presentation there to obtain their buy-in in terms of these structures.
Members, I think we are finished with this department. MEC, again, thank you very much. HOD, sorry, are there any questions you would like to answer? So I think there's the one outstanding written reply of the Honourable Mackay. Can we get that by the end of business today? Is it possible? Is it possible, or when will it be? Sure. So it will be sent on Monday. And then I think what we'll do is I'm going to just request our researchers to, and Nkarimeng to contact you on those oversight reports so we can get hold of them as well, which will assist us when we do conduct oversight. So thank you, Department, thank you very much, and good luck, and thank you for your hard work. Thank you very much. You are dismissed. Dismissed. Sure. Members, we're going to take a break until 10 o'clock because, yes, we did indicate that we start at 10 o'clock. So you're welcome to have coffee and whatever you want to get. We'll start at 10 for the next meeting. Thank you.
April 2026. That is Solomon Lesia. We welcome you and we wish you luck. Our smaller nyana investigate, because we can't investigate the police, they investigate all of us as citizens, is that he came of age through the ranks from our province. So indeed we are welcoming somebody who understand our province, the length and breadth of the Free State as it relates to the issues of policing. Now, I was warned that at the risk of not contradicting protocol, Honorable Meku, don't embarrass yourself because you might mistake in protocol. We are going to give to the commissioner to do few words, but also help us to tell us who is here with him as per the ranks of the police, so that we don't. I was written those ranks here, and we are very careful about it. And we said we'll give it to the police to take us through that. The person who's coming in the meeting is Honorable Klute. Why a special mention of him is that he is responsible for the committee responsible for policy in the province. And the reason why the chairperson of chairpersons is chairing the meeting is because it is all encompassing. Everybody is here. We are full house in terms of our responsibility of oversight over the legislature, over the executive. So this one becomes a special one, both by the constitution and the fact that we have a brand new commissioner in the Free State. So if honorable members allowing me, I want to hand over to the commissioner a few words before we go to the real business of today, the presentation of that report on policing. And of course, ask the indulgence of the commissioner to introduce his team. Thank you very much. And that we are in your hands.
Good morning, honorable members, Chair of Chairs, and then colleagues, and myself. I've already been introduced. Thanks very much, Chair of Chairs. With me, I have Major General Len Singh. He is the Deputy Provincial Commissioner for Support Services. And next to him is Major General Arthur Adams. He is the Deputy Provincial Commissioner for Policing. Now, Chair of Chairs, he started yesterday in this post. He was the District Commissioner for Mangaung. In our circle, I used to be called Chair of Chairs in the police because I chair a lot of intergovernmental committees and committees within. Now, from yesterday, he'll be the Chair of Chairs within the police. And then we have Major General Machele. That side, she's the Provincial Head of Crime Intelligence. And with him, next to General Machele is Brigadier Lambinon. He's the Crime Register, responsible for keeping stats for the police and ensuring that the stats are accurate, querying where stats are not correct. And next to the MEC here, we've got Brigadier Tandim Bambo. She also started yesterday. She was the communication officer for National DPCI. And from yesterday, she was transferred to the province. The post was vacant. This is the team with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Provincial Commissioner. Yeah, we know Mbambo well. She has been in the media space for a very long time. MEC, we want to start with the business of today. And for us to do so, we have to take the commissioner under our ritual of oath or an affirmation. Is the procedure of Parliament that whoever that appears in front of the committees of oversight has to be taken through that. I'm under guidance, Mera Mutipa. Does the chief whip wanted to guide?
I was saying that from what I know is that for them to be as they are is because they had to go through this oath. So unless if we want to take them for the second time through taking an oath.
Yeah, let's note that, but I think the advice by the legal advice is that we still have to subject them to the ritual. Thank you, Chief Whip. Madam Tipa.
Thank you, Chair. Provincial Commissioner, I'll start with you. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation? May you please stand for me? Thank you. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll take an oath.
Please speak into the mic.
Oath?
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Tabang Solomon Lisia.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Ke a leboha. May I proceed with the rest of the...
Please.
Thank you.
That will be those that the commissioner guides that they are going to have to address the committee on the report to be presented. It does not have to be everybody. All right. Madam Tipa.
Good morning. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll be taking an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
It's Major General Len Singh.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
The oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Arthur Peter Adams.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Johannes Lambinon.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, sir. Morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Will you be taking an oath or
An oath, please.
Okay. And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your full names for the record.
Mankosana Agnes Magfele.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, ma'am. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you very much. If allowed, I think we can proceed. Deputy Commissioner, we are back to you for the presentation of the report. Thank you.
Thanks, honorable members. Perhaps I need to indicate that when we received a request for a presentation, I have checked in the previous 2/7 reports in the past financial years, and I came to realize that what I was complaining of, since I took up the post, I've never settled, is because people think that I'm the charge office colleague. Then I realized even the legislature have started this year to have this committee. And if we did not cover anything in the presentation, we will take advice and ensure that in future all is covered in our presentation. The second one is the crime statistics. The presentation will also include the crime statistics. Unfortunately, Chair, we did not include for the financial year 2025-2026 because they have not been released yet. Why we have put, I think, 2 quarters, the third and the fourth quarter for the financial year. I beg for indulgence in that regard because the minister has not yet released the financial year statistics. General Singh will lead the presentation, and colleagues will also assist General Singh in doing the presentation. Honorable Chair and members. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs, honorable members. A very good morning to you all. I will take you through the presentation, and remember, we do not kill the messenger. Therefore, we have colleagues that seated with me here. All right, we can go to the next slide. This is just an overview of what the presentation entails. No, it's supposed to be. Okay. All right, can I proceed with my hard copy, Chair of Chairs?
Two honorable members have got hard copies or electronic? Oh, yeah, I think you can proceed.
Electronic, okay. Good. If you look at the table of contents, it's pretty much the background and purpose, the overview of the stats, like was mentioned, Q3 and Q4, the annual performance plan against our planned targets, some of the challenges and policing efforts and interventions and strategies. In respect of the background, the presentation seeks to inform the committee on SAPS operational performance matters, as well as to cover the annual operational plan, the performance areas, the challenges in the policing efforts, interventions and strategies, and also performance of each of the financial programs 1 to 4. Maybe at this point in time, we'll allow Brigadier Labinon to take us through the 2 quarters of crime statistics, Q3 and Q4. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, all colleagues. Let me quickly run through the presentation with regard to the Q3 statistics, that is for the period October till December 2025, compared to the previous year, October to December 2024. I'm not going to go into detail of each and every crime. We all can see there what the picture looks like. I'm just going to highlight certain aspects of the presentation. Now, if I start with contact crimes or crimes against a person, you will find that in row, about row number 10, we decreased from 12,538 cases to 11,484. That is a decrease of 1,054 cases, or a decrease of 8.4%. Although we reported a decrease, there is one crime that was of concern for us during this period, and that is the attempted murders that went up from 610 cases to 639 cases, increase of 29 cases or 4.8%. In the second row of the table, you will find sexual offences, that it went down from the 2024 to 2025 from 1,073 to 972 cases, 101 cases decrease, or 9.4%. Now, this crime is a constitute of the sexual offences breakdown on the middle of the page, which consists of rape, sexual assault, attempted sexual offences, and contact sexual offences. Of those 4 crimes, we had a problem with sexual assault, which went up with 3 cases, and attempted sexual offences, which went up with 2 cases. Then also our robbery with aggravating circumstances, the one that is just above the total for the contact crimes, it went down from 1,271 cases to 1,203 cases, a decrease of 68 cases, which is a 5.4% decrease. This crime is broken down into the subcategories of aggravated robbery, which include our 3 crimes, which is carjacking, robbery of residential premises, and robbery at non-residential premises. And of these 3 crimes, our problem crime is the carjackings that went up from 35 to 43, 8 cases more. And because it is less than 100 cases, we don't indicate the percentage there, so otherwise it gives a skew picture of what is actually happening. The rest of the crimes that is part of the subcategories is the robbery of cash in transit, which remained in 0, bank robbery remained in 0, and our truck hijackings went up with 1 case, from 5 to 7 cases, 2 cases more. If we go to the next table on the next page, that gives us a breakdown of our contact-related crimes that went down with 121 cases for the quarter. You can see the contribution of the 2 crimes, arson and malicious damage to property. Especially malicious damage to property contributed to 111 cases decrease, which is a 5.8% decrease. Then our property-related crime in total went down with 238 cases, from 5,302 to 5,064. 230 cases, as I've said, with 4.5% decrease. Our other serious crimes went down with 269 cases, from 5,647 to 5,378. 269 cases, 4.8% decrease. Then in total, our 17 community reported crimes, this is the total of all the crimes already mentioned here at the top, which we define as community reported crimes. It necessitates the community to come to the police to come and lay charges. That is a decrease from 25,460 to 23,778 cases. 1,682 cases less, so which represents a decrease of 6.6%. The next crime category is the crimes detected as a result of police action. In this case, we want the crimes actually to show an increase, because it is an indicative measurement that police is doing their duty. In this case, the total crime went up with 439 cases, from 3,913 to 4,352, which is a 11.2% increase. We did well in 3 of those 4 crime categories. The only one that was really problematic was the illegal possession of firearms, which came down from 150 to 129 cases, 21 cases, which represent a decrease of 14%, unfortunately. Then another crime that we are monitoring is the kidnappings, and the kidnappings went up with 2 cases, from 183 to 185 cases, which is a percentage increase of 1.1%. The next page is just an indication of I want to concentrate on the table at the bottom of the page, is an indication of the distribution of the crimes through the province to the different districts. And you will see that there for the 17 community reported crimes, the 2 districts that was problematic is the Mangaung district, where the crime went up with 36 cases, and Garib district, where the 17 community crimes went up with 9 cases. The 2 contributing districts that is contributing the most to the crime picture in the province is firstly Mangaung, which contribute to 34.7%, and Lepucha, which contributes to 25.3% of the crimes. The graph above is just an indication of each month for the quarter where our crime was plotted on the graph. Then if we go to the next slide, that is the 17 community reported serious crimes, the top 30 stations of the province. If we look at the first one, Park Road, this is our #1 station. And if you look at I'm going to concentrate on the far right-hand side, that is the years or the period in question. Park Road is our top contributing station with a total report rate of 1,878 cases for the quarter. It went up with 63 cases, which is an increase of 3.5% from October last year, or October 2024 to December 2024, against October 2025 to December 2025. Then if you look further on, the other top stations in the province is Tabong, Welkom, Kagisanong, Boitishu, Botshabelo, Odendalsrus, Bloemspruit, Pietermaritzburg, and Tabong. And I can also include Maokeng. So the first, from station 2 to station 11, all reported decreases. And then you will find there Sonskyn Police Station, currently in the #12 place. It's a new station that started around about September, October last year. Therefore, we have no stats to compare it against last year. But it is quite concerning that a station like Sonskyn is already finding itself in the top ranks of the stations in the province. The rest of the stations, I don't think I'm going to go through all of them. Just to mention the stations that reported increases of the top 30 is Botawil, that went up with 9 cases. Kopanong in the #17 position went up with 61 cases, a 16.7% increase, which is quite a significant increase. Then also Vicksburg went up with 8 cases, 2.5% increase. Bronwyn up with 7 cases, 2.5% increase. And then the Denysville up with 29 cases, 12.8% increase. And for a station like Denysville, that is also a quite significant increase for a small station like Denysville. If you can go to the next page, this is now the crime stats for the latest quarter, the quarter January till March 2026. It has been released nationally, but provincially we haven't released it yet, but I think it will be in the next few days or so. If you can go there again, the same way. If I look at contact crimes in total, it went down with 360 cases, a 3.5% decrease. In this case, we have 2 crimes now that is problematic. Attempted murder, you will remember it was also in the third quarter a problem. However, the problem escalated in this quarter, or the past quarter, with 129 cases increase, which is a 28% increase in total. Quite problematic. And then assault GBH, which went up with 4 cases, 0.1%. Then again, if you look at the sexual offences, it went down in total with 84 cases. We had a problem with our sexual assault that's increased with 16 cases at 12.7%. Our robbery aggravating, which came down with 94 cases at 8.5%. Broken down into the subcategories, all 3 those subcategories of trio crimes, carjacking, robbery residence, and robbery business showed quite dramatic decreases, especially the robbery at residence and the robbery at business premises, with 47 and 45 cases respectively, which represented 28 and 29% decrease in total. In total, the trio crimes, because of those 2 crimes, decreased with 97 cases, a 27.1% decrease. Robbery cash in transit, as the rest of the subcategories, unfortunately, we had one incident one incident more last year, January till March, we had 0. This year we have 1. And then our truck hijackings also increased from 7 to 8 cases. On the next page, we go to the contact-related crimes again. This time, unfortunately, one of those crimes went up into his arson, reported 11 cases more, from 28 to 39, which is quite a significant increase for arson. Our property-related crime is down with 371 cases. Again, you can see all the crimes under this category reported decreases. And the most significant decreases is the one for burglary non-residential with 150 cases, which is a 13% decrease. Number-wise, burglary at residential premises, 99 cases, 3.9% decrease. And then theft of motor vehicles, 33 cases less. Theft out of or from, 17 cases less. And stock theft, also a significant decrease of 72 cases at 12.0% decrease. Other serious crime was green, all of them in the previous quarter, October till December. Unfortunately, for January till March, we have an increase in theft not mentioned elsewhere as a crime of this group, which increased with 17 cases, at 0.4%. And in total, the other serious crimes came down with 219 cases, or a 3.8% decrease. In total, the 17 community reported crimes for the province for the fourth quarter decreased with 962 cases, a 4.2% decrease, and it came down from 23,010 cases to 22,048 cases. Our crimes detected as a result of police action, still the problem crime is our illegal possession of firearms, which went down with 27 cases, a 19.4% decrease, but the rest of those crimes in the category all reported very steep increases. This includes drug-related crime with 369 cases, 21.3%, driving under the influence, 174 cases, 22.5%, and sexual offences up with 69 cases, 11.7%. And as I've indicated, the crime detected as a police action in total went up with 585 cases, an 18.1% increase. Then kidnappings in the last quarter of the previous financial year, we had quite an increase in our kidnappings, where it went up from 147 to 155 cases, 55 cases, which is an increase of 8 cases, or a 5.4% increase. Again, the table above just shows the distribution throughout the 3 months. And then the table below the graph indicates that the two districts we were troubling with, or where we struggled with, was Mangaung, which went up with 86 cases, a 1.1% increase, and Garib with 52 cases, a 5.5% increase. And then again, the percentage contribution to two districts that contribute mostly to our crime picture is again Mangaung with a contribution of 35.6% to the total picture of the province, and Lepucha with 25% to the total of the province. Again, if you look at the top 30 stations for the province, you will see there in the province, the first station is Park Road, and the number 6 that is highlighted in yellow indicates that Park Road is number 6 in the country with regard to 17 community reported crimes, so quite a high position that we are taking there with Park Road. None of the other stations in the province is forming part of the top 30 stations in the country. In this instance, for the fourth quarter, you will remember that Park Road was on an increase. For the fourth quarter, Park Road decreased with 124 cases, a 6.9% decrease. And then, unfortunately, Kagisanong and Boitishu and Maokeng was under the stations that was decreasing during the third quarter, but during the fourth quarter, those stations are increasing. If I can continue with those stations, then you will see that Kagisanong went up with 165 cases, a 22.8% increase in total, which is a significant increase. Boitishu up with 16 cases, a 2.5% increase. Then you will see that Sonskyn has moved up now up to the 8th position. So we are monitoring it as the time is progressing. We will see how Sonskyn is going to move up and up the table there. Then we also sit with Maokeng, as I've indicated, up with 13 cases. Kroonstad up with 17 cases, starting to become significant for the province. Bothaville, 28 cases is significant for a station like Bothaville and also for the province to have 28 cases reported. Then we have Selosesha up with 38 cases, significant for the province and for a station like Selosesha, 9.8% increase. Sasolburg up with 44 cases, 11.9% significant for the province and for that station. Kopanong up with 27 cases, a significant increase with 7.5% for the province and the station. And now we come down to your smaller stations. For Viljoenskroon up with 31 cases, 13.1%, significant increase. Bultfontein 16 cases, a 6.9% increase, also significant. And then Mafube, a small station there in the northern parts of, northeastern parts of the Free State, up with 41 cases, a 20.5% increase for that station alone, and 41 is also significant contribution to the provincial picture. Thank you, Chair. That is the crime statistics.
All right, thank you, Chair. I'll proceed with the presentation. We're looking at your FCS cases from the 1st of April 25 to 31st of March 2026, as well as the progress flow on the cases. The next slide will give us an indication of the cases received, finalized before court, and finalized in court. If you look at the little spreadsheet there, we had a total of 3,925 cases that were reported, and 2,919 were referred to court, and within the court process, 481 were withdrawn, 62 were unfounded, 776 were undetected. And in terms of what was finalized in court, we had 628 cases where we received a guilty verdict, 181 not guilty, 649 were withdrawn in court, and in terms of alternate closures was 1,041, and the total of 2,499 was finalized in court. The next is just a graphical representation of what I indicated in terms of reported cases versus what was finalized in court. If we can go to the next slide. This gives us an indication of convictions from the 1st of April 25 to the 31st of March 2026. It's broken down within the districts. If you look at Fazile Dabi, we had 7 life sentences, and all these life sentences are 20 years plus, which was 7 life sentences, 5 were 20 years plus. In Lejwela Putswa, we had 13, 6 were 20 years plus. Thabo Mofokeng was 6 life sentences, with 3 being 20 years and above. Mangaung, there were 21 life sentences, of which 4 were 20 years and above. And Harib with 3, and 2 were over 20 years. Totals are 50 life sentences, of which 20 were 20 years and more. Looking at the next slide, we look at murder and robbery, farm attacks, and case management. Looking at this graphical representation, we had 30 arrests that were made. We had 13 cases that were reported. 6 are court going. 4 are under investigation, and 3 is awaiting ballistic reports. Next slide. In terms of undocumented persons, I think it was meant to read 1 October 2025 to 31 January 2026. We had 144 arrests in terms of the movement control register. Other cases as suspects were 1,820. This is in respect of undocumented foreigners for that period in time. The number per nationality for the movement control cases, 20 were Zimbabweans, 30 were Mozambicans, 48 were from Lesotho, 17 were from Malawi, 16 Ethiopians, 2 Congolese, 2 Pakistanis, 8 Nigerians, and 1 is of German descent. Go to the next slide. We're looking at our performance against our planned targets. This is our AOP performance. Here, in total, the province has 260 performance targets for 25-26, with 53 performance targets that were not yet measured during the fourth quarter, which are currently being measured, and it will form part of our annual report. 63 of the 260 indicators were not achieved in the fourth quarter. Overall, the province achieved 207 of the 260 targets measured in the fourth quarter, representing a success rate of 70%. If we look at the graphical representation, it's exactly what I said, 144 achieved, which is a 70%, and 63 were not achieved, which represents 30%. The next slide, it's just the overall performance per quarter. It gives an indication of the first quarter, it was 129 that were achieved, 71 not achieved, and 60 not assessed, as well as the second quarter, third quarter, and fourth quarter. It's just a breakdown of our performance in terms of the various quarters. The next slide gives us the individual performance per program. If you look at the first financial program, which is administration, program 1, 41 indicators were achieved, represent 62% of the 89 that is measured within the financial program. Program 2, we have 103 indicators, of which 80% were achieved, and 17 were not achieved. In respect of program 3, which is crime detection, we had 22 indicators which were achieved of the 56, and 21 of the 56 were not achieved. With regards to crime intelligence, program 4, all the indicators were achieved. The next slide just basically gives us the figures as was explained in the graphical representation of the achievement of targets. The next slide talks to performance per business unit. These are the components within the police, and it indicates the number of indicators that were achieved, those not achieved, and those that are still being assessed within the financial programs 1, 2, and 3. Just gives us a graphical view of it. In terms of interventions and strategies that's to be implemented, we have the Prov Joints, which is responsible for the development and implementation of operational safety plans, including rural safety. It provides a safe and secure environment at major events, example, the Soccer World Cup 2010, elections, and stability issues. It prioritizes peace and stability in the country and handling of issues of immigration and maritime security, and coordinates disaster-related assistance. The Prov Joint structure, the priority committee is tasked with the responsibility of investigating the problem, example, crime tendencies, major events, the determination of the extent of which problems or possible solutions, which may include targeted operations, and what resources are required to address the problem. We also have the Joint Operations Committee, which we call the JOCOM, a priority committee which existed prior to an operation would already have been done. This deals with the planning of the operation. It then evolves into a JOCOM once an operation is due to commence. JOCOM normally exists from approximately 3 days before until 1 day after the operation, depending on the nature of the operation, and reports to the provincial joints. The next presentation is the Combating and Energy Priority Committees, which focuses on priorities such as the firearms, second-hand goods, gambling and liquor, ferrous and non-ferrous, illicit mining, illegal connections and sale of electricity, and vandalism of essential infrastructure. The member departments that's part of it includes FSLGTA. I think Honorable Chair of Chairs, you know exactly what that means. And it's chaired by Brigadier Ntlati from the SAPS, and the co-chair is Mr. J. Mabota of ESCOM. The next one is the Migration and Border Security Committee, which prioritizes immigration, rural safety, wildlife and endangered species, outbreak of animal disease, The chairperson is there is Nkonyana from the Department of Home Affairs, and Brigadier Shanek from the SAPS is the co-chair. Looking at the next committee, the Stability Priority Committee focuses on community protests, labor instability, land invasion, anti-foreign sentiments, defacing of statues, attacks on key points and government buildings, hijacking of buildings and government projects. It's chaired by Mr. Masukela and co-chaired by Brigadier Bota from the SAPS. That's from, the chairperson is from Kokta. Looking at the Youth and Social Responsibility Priority Committee, focusing on initiation schools, school safety, examinations, gangs and drugs, prostitution and violation of the Health Act. The chairperson is Brigadier Shanek from the SAPS and Mr. Leloko from DSD. The Events and Special Operations Priority Committee that focuses on Sasria events, those major events, sporting, conferences, imbizos, for example, elections as well. Special operations, Operation Basadi, Operation Easter, festive season, SARPCO operations, and bilateral operations. It's chaired by Mr. Lingao from Social Development.
Sports, Arts and Culture.
Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, as well as Recreation. The chairperson is Mr. Makala from IEC, as well as Brigadier Boyce from the SAPS, who's the secretariat. The next committee is Public Transport and Road Freight Industry Priority Committee, which talks to your public transport, attacks on trucks and drivers, your road closures, your damage to road infrastructure, compliance inspections at road freight industry, companies, etc. The chairperson is Mr. Nkonyane, and the deputy chairperson is Mr. Joel from Labor. Your CIT, your drop safe, your ATM bombing priority committees is focusing on your cash in transit, your banks, ATM and post office attacks, drop safe grinding, cross pavement, pension payouts, fraud and card skimming. The chairperson is the Mr. Van der Merwe from SABRIC and Brigadier Mafuyane from DPCI. That's the deputy. Chair, looking at the interventions, we're not going to go through that because those priority committees actually deal with those interventions. Looking at our bilateral operations successes in cooperation with the Lesotho Mounted Police. Here, operations in hotspots areas from the 1st of January to 26th to the 31st of March. We had the participants were FISPOL, your stakeholders were Provincial, Local Traffic, SANDF, Youth, etc. The areas of operation included Thaba Mofokeng, those stations within the district, your Mangaung Metro with those 3 stations, 4 stations that's there, as well as Harib, Zastron. Types of operations that were conducted included your stop and search, roadblocks, VCPs. We had a total of 220 arrests, and if we look at the nature of the arrests, as indicated, there is a breakdown of it. We issued 101,116 fines, 581 were in terms of the Road Traffic Act, 428 was liquor related, and 107 were other fines. Confiscations were 29 knives, 3 scissors, 2 pistols, and 8 rounds of ammunition. This gives just a continuation of the successes on the next slide. Going on to your bilateral operations, Operation Tele, from the 23rd of March to the 27th of March, those were the participants. It's quite multidisciplinary in nature. If you look at the successes, we had 42 arrests, 23 for undocumented persons, 3 for illegal possession of ammunition, dealing in drugs, 7, foodstuff and cosmetics, 3, and 4 for possession of dangerous weapon, and 2 were drug related. 127 fines were issued. Confiscations, a cloned vehicle, 39.9 grams of crystal meth, Manrex tablets over 30, 500 rand in cash, and also recoveries of 6 cattle and 2 sheep. Joint cross-border operations from the 23rd of March, continuing, it was in Lesotho, and those were the vehicles that were recovered in Lesotho. There were 12 vehicles, and that's the breakdown of the vehicles in terms of the operation itself. Going on to the next slide, in terms of operations at the ports of entry. The next slide, please. Yes. From the 1st of January to the 31st of March 2026, we had participants, SAPS, BMA, SARS, and SANDF. The areas of operation included those border posts that are mentioned. And in terms of the successes, the outcomes, we had 178 successes, 58 arrests, 57 for undocumented persons, and 1 for fraud. Fines issued were 120. Recoveries were 23,000 grams of dacha. Actions executed was over 1 million. People searched, 220,000 vehicles searched, 136 vehicles profiled, and 26,000 and above vehicles tested. We had 8 hits, persons that are sought. And the next slide gives us a continuation of the confiscations. For example, a black Honda that was confiscated, a grey Nissan, and then a CZ firearm was also seized. This is a continuation of the successes that occurred at the ports of entry. We can go past that. And then the hits that we spoke about, the 8 hits, we can see one of them was wanted on a Parkview CAS 64 of 12 for theft general. Person was arrested. All of them where the hits were arrested. And if you look very closely at the suspect for the Parkview one, it is Lesia Lucky. I'm not sure if and just all of them that were identified as hits were arrested for specific cases. If you look at some of them are going back to 2013. For example, Klebane, it's a CAS 37 for theft general, and yes, they were all arrested. Now looking at the next slide, it's just your stolen livestock that's recovered and repatriated to RSA. We did not have any recovered from Lesotho, neither any were repatriated during that specific time period. In terms of stolen vehicles recovered and repatriated to South Africa, recovered from Lesotho, we had 7 LDVs, 4 SUVs, 3 combis, and those that were repatriated to South Africa were the two LDVs, a SUV, a combi, which gives us a total of 9. Stolen vehicles recovered from that same period from RSA, it was 1 SUV, and that one still needs to be repatriated to Lesotho. Investigations are still underway. If you look at this slide, it's quite congested, but gives a detail of those vehicles. That's good, in terms of its status of repatriation on the last column. Wanted suspects in Lesotho. If you look at the next slide, within the Ledjuela Putswa district, we were looking for Mr. Tabang Tosa, who's wanted. We don't have a picture of him. He's already on a J50 warrant of arrest. The next person is Thabo Petrus Dlamini. We can see his picture there. The accused is arrested for possession of unlicensed firearm as per Velcom CAS 259. It's a 2020 matter. The next person is Thabo Confucius Mrusi. The accused, sorry, Chair of Chairs, I was looking at you. I'm not sure for what reason when I mentioned Thabo. He's wanted for rape for a weapon CAS 267 of 8, the 22 matter. The next person, Puleng Jacqueline, is arrested for murder as per Celestia CAS 174. Within the Thabo Mofutsanyana district, we are looking for Relobile Shlalele. This person is wanted for murder in the Frieda CAS 97 of 3, and also Tsepo, needed for a rates CAS 31, which is a murder case. Going on to the last one, it's Thabo again, Constantinus.
Same one.
I think it's the same one. Is wanted for house robbery as per Lady Brand CAS 63. The provincial arrests and extraditions for the Velcom CAS 341 of 7, Ms. Ranoka. The suspect was released on bail in Lesotho, and after receipt of the extradition request, he could not be traced. Currently, the extradition request was received in Lesotho. The next person, Bonolo, in terms of Bloomspread CAS 66 of 225, the provisional arrest application was received in Lesotho in regard to that. And then your Bloomspread CAS 368, your Bainsflay 185, and your Park Road. For these three cases, Mutlatsi David, the extradition request was received in Lesotho in respect of that. And some of the interventions and strategies to be implemented to deal with reported incidents of contact crimes, we're looking at multidisciplinary operations, which is continuous with stakeholders, including the CPF and other government entities, to enhance the effectiveness of the operations. Your multidisciplinary operations planned with FCS and other stakeholders, including CPF and government departments. With regards to liquor outlets, premises of previously closed illegal liquor outlets are revisited by stations. In terms of compliance inspections conducted at licensed liquor premises, that is ongoing. Your vehicle recoveries, liaising with foreign counterparts for tracing and recovery of stolen vehicles, visiting second-hand good dealers and chop shops. And in terms of illicit mining, Operation Karabo started on the 1st of April 26 with deployments of SANDF. And then, Chair, just to indicate some of the other activities the committee should know of is the National Police Day, which is held annually in the first month of January in the new year. We also have engagements. We also try to raise funds for the South African Police Education Trust. And just to indicate, we had 2 events. Last year we had a marathon, and we had a golf day, which raised, or the year before, 670,000. And last year we contributed over $1 million to the fund. The fund itself, just to indicate, is to take care of the kids of police officials who died on duty. So we try as provinces, as our province, to also raise funds to contribute to the Education Trust. So going forward, Chair of Chairs, when you receive a request from the Office of the Provincial Commissioner, it will be absolutely amazing to see all the honorable members participating on the golf day as well as taking part in the marathon. It will, so correspondence, just to indicate for this year on the 10th of October, maybe Chair, you can diarize it, the marathon. We're expecting over 2,000 runners. It will take place at Bobby's Park, and we can already include the honorable members to be part of it. And the golf day is on the 29th of October. at Bloemfontein Golf Course. So get the clubs shone and be ready for that as well. I spoke about the marathon, the Provincial Commissioner's Excellence Awards. We acknowledge members with good performance. That's normally towards the end of the year. We also have the Commemoration Day, a prayer day to commemorate members who died in the line of duty. It's a very formally organized event. We have also the Police Safety Month in September, just focusing on safety of our members. And we also have 2 new police stations that we plan to open in the near future, which is Sunrise View. It is almost ready for opening, as well as Tsiame. It's a new police station near Harrismith. And then we also have medal parades to honor our long service members in the organization. And then the last slide, honorable members, talks to the inhibiting factors, that those matters that don't make us sleep too well when it comes to issues of policing. The unfinished court roll, due to the availability of prosecutors and magistrates, we have issues there. Female prisons are only in Kroonstad and Kimberley, and a youth detention facility is in Putadichaba. Now this really impacts severely on our vehicle fleet in terms of the movement up and down. Your service delivery protests, impacts on the diversion of resources away from normal policing. The illegal activities that are common causes of social unrest, demanding the provincial government and law enforcement agencies interventions for purposes of mitigation. Municipal pounds, we only have Lady Brand Pound, which belongs to the municipality but is outsourced, and another pound in Virginia, which is private. Our porous borderline, I think it's known to the honorable members. It just allows for entry and exit. It needs attention. And the mushrooming of informal settlements. If you look currently at the N8, there's a lot of activity there, and it will impact on our resources going forward. We also have issues, honorable members, with regards to, I don't want to say DPWI and DBSA. If we remember, Odendaal's Rus Police Station and Park Road Police Station is not yet complete. And there's been several interventions. I think the Minister of Public Works was also on the ground. The Portfolio Committee was also on the ground. And just to add, at this point in time, an additional amount of 75 million is required for Odendaal's Rus, and 38 million to complete Park Road, albeit that funds were previously committed. And Bothaville, there's a new contractor could not be appointed, and the matter has been escalated to the National DPWI for intervention, and that impacts on us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, perhaps just to fill up, like since Friday, we had the District Office of Mangaung, the Provincial Supply Chain Management, the Bloemfontein Public Order Police, as well as our garage without electricity, because Public Works did not pay, or there is dispute for payment, and once you stop electricity at a service point like that one, it means we stop policing. Basically, since Friday, we are unable to work on vehicles in the garage. It affects policing outside, and we are in the hands of Public Works to ensure that bills are paid for government buildings. We submit, Chairperson. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the presentation, quite detailed and comprehensive, I would want to believe. Especially, Commissioner, as you indicated, this is our first interaction. And I suppose that members would have interest to engage the presentation. Just the last point, Commissioner, you are making, indicates, the importance of how policing also relates to other areas of service delivery. One of the major problems that through our oversight work we assist with as we deal with issues of, what is it that the executive has got to do in servicing our people. The majority of the problems arising from intergovernmental relations issues, particularly as it pertains to municipalities. So we're taking seriously, and we're taking to heart the point that you've just raised. But let's hear, honorable members. Can I observe the hands? Can we start from my left? Come this way, past the chair, come this way, from the chief whip this way, and then me and you will be the last. Doc?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I see amongst the challenges that you don't mention vehicles, you don't mention personnel, you don't mention various things. So I presume you have enough vehicles, you've got enough personnel, you've got everything, because we want to hear about challenges. We want to be able to write reports that we can send perhaps to national NCOP to assist. But if you don't tell us what the challenges are, then we can't put that necessary pressure on national from the Free State. We're interested in the Free State through you, Honourable Chair. I think we're not interested in the feelings of people at national level or their sensitivities. Chair, then just regarding the crime stats, on slide 11, action as a result of, let me just get the exact wording. The crimes as a result of police action. It's on slide 11. Chair, if you look at those stats, they should all, it all says positive there, but they should all have minus in front of them because the crime stats are not correct. And this is a very important stat, Honourable Chair, because it indicates to us whether the police are taking action and the result of this action that the police are taking. So it's not people coming to them to report, it's actually proactive activities that they're undertaking. And if you look at drug-related crime, driving under the influence, sexual offences, and then also the total, it says 369, 134, 69, it's all in the green. They should all be in the red. So in fact, it's not a positive result, it's actually a negative result. So we want to be able to trust the crime statistics, and the crime stats must be correct, especially an important one. There it is on the board, Chair, the bottom ones. You can see. I don't know if there's an explanation for that. Chair, the Tsiami police station, which they mentioned, it's a beautiful station, brand new, huge, but it's so big, I'm wondering, do you have personnel to man all the offices there, to man the building, to be able to fill that facility? Or is it just going to be this huge building with a charge office? That's a concern of the community there, because it's also far away from the rest of the community, so it's basically going to serve Tsiami, because it's from the others. It's difficult to get there from other communities, but it's a huge station. If you compare it to the previous one, then one wonders, is Tsiami going to expand considerably? Because it almost looks like Park Road if you go there. Chair, and then detection, the 50% underachievement is a concern, because the biggest deterrent to would-be criminals is the knowledge that if you commit a crime, you will be detected, you will go to court, and you will be convicted. That is the best deterrent, more than anything else. And if detection services are not achieving their targets, and if they're under-resourced, and I know the detective services, the dockets load per detective is much too big per person. There's no way they can actually handle the amounts of dockets, which comes back to the resources which I spoke to originally. But it should be a concern for all of us because we know that conviction rates, we saw a couple there, but conviction rates are a problem in the Free State, especially stock theft. And when your conviction rates go down, it not only serves as a negative deterrent, it doesn't deter people, but it also prevents people from reporting crimes, because the lower the conviction rates, the less people are willing to then go and report the crimes, because nothing's going to happen anyway, and you're going to sit in court for hours, it might be postponed, and then nothing comes of that. And that also takes us back to detection, because if you don't have decent detection services, if your dockets aren't correct, you're not going to get the conviction rates which we need. And then just a simple question, Chair, is how are resources allocated? Are they allocated according to crime stats or other things? If you decide how many additional resources must a police station get in terms of vehicles, personnel, because we don't want to reward poor, in the wrong way, poor performance, you know, and on the other side, you have to balance it. So it can't be just based on crime stats. Because I know in the past, this was a long time ago, the lower the crime, they said that means the guys are doing well, so we'll give them additional resources to reward them. And hopefully that has changed now, that you actually go and look at actual crime and then assist people to bring down the crime and not reward people because the crimes are low, because the community suffer if that happens. Chair, and then just a local issue. In Kroonstad, I have 2 cases where it takes hours for the police to react, and one of the excuses, they can't find the address, or eventually after 4 hours the person actually has to go to the police station and go and report it themselves because the police just don't react. And I have 2 reports of such cases. That's why I wanted to go to that police station recently, which the commissioners said we should rather work through the committee to do so. And then one of the biggest concerns, Chair, is, and I got this from a reply, 221 SAPS members don't comply with the Firearms Control Act, 3,424 do not maintain their firearm competency. There's only one shooting range, which I think is in Makwane, which is in a dilapidated condition. So that means our members who issued with firearms in the Free State are not competent, they're not trained, and they're not going to shoot accurately because they don't do the training for it. So I'm very concerned when I see a police officer in the Free State with a firearm, and to think that they're going to have to perhaps use that firearm to protect me. I don't want to be near them if they have to draw those firearms. Which also brings the question, if I don't comply, I'm not allowed to carry a firearm. So why are police carrying firearms without complying? Because that also opens them up to legal cases. If you use your firearm in the line of duty and you're not trained, you don't have a competency to do it, then you are responsible for illegally using that firearm, I would think. The same as any civilian out there. So that is a concern, Chair, which I think at national level they also need to address. We need shooting ranges, not just far away in the Eastern Free State, out of reach of people. We need them close by, perhaps in every district, so that our SAPS members, or we must, so that they can use them, or we must use civilian shooting ranges. There's one in almost every large town has one, and they're very close to the police stations in some instances. I know in Bethlehem it's the case. Chair, my last issue which I just want to raise, we keep hearing that there aren't enough vehicles, and the vehicles have reached their sell-by dates in terms of the kilometers and everything. But today is a Tuesday, and every Tuesday for the last couple of years, if you drive past the district headquarters in Bethlehem, you can find between 15 and 25 vehicles, I try and count them when I drive past, standing there the whole day because they have a meeting on a Tuesday. So all the station commissioners have to come. There's a Tuesday, there's no one in their stations. Those vehicles have to travel long distances from various other places on very bad roads to get there, and then they have to drive back. And we use this very effectively in the legislature. It's called Zoom. You just have to have an online meeting, and to force them to be on the meeting, do what our speaker does, switch on your camera. That's a lot more cost effective than having people travel long distances to sit there. And let me tell you, the public see this. And when they hear that someone says, I can't get you, I don't have a vehicle, they're going to say nonsense. Look at all the vehicles standing outside the offices there on a Tuesday. And they fill the pavement because there's not parking in that main road. It's on the N8 coming into town. So they're all on the pavement. They're in front of the Klobeng Hospital. It's just parked with police vehicles. Don't tell us you don't have vehicles when we see this with ourselves. That's our lived experience. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the couple of questions my colleague has touched on many. What are the main reasons for the number of unachieved targets, and what corrective actions will be implemented? Then what specific challenges are causing the underperformance in the detective service program, because there's major problems in the detective service program. It seems to be not either they've got too many cases or they're understaffed, I'm not sure. And how will these be addressed? Then pertaining to your stats, I'm going to agree with my colleague and say that these stats are not accurate, for the simple reason I know you can only go on what's been reported and what has actually been a case being opened. So that's why I'm asking, why are police, and we get countless amount of complaints from the public where when they go and open a case, especially for property theft and for stock theft, they simply get told, sorry, we're not opening a case for that because we can do nothing about that. And that's in all three. A perfect example is Deelsville, Boshoff, and Hertzogville. There's major problems in Tokologo, and I'll get to some of them as well. What additional measures are being considered to strengthen the border control and manage undocumented persons? Is there any, have you associated intergovernmentally with Home Affairs? What is, surely there must be better measures that we can stop this. And then what is the status and the timeline of resolving infrastructure delays at police stations, such as the holding cells? Now, I mention the holding cells because there are none in Deelsville. There's two, but they're broken. The ones in Hertzogville are falling apart. If you put any human in there, it'll collapse. The ones in Pietersburg have been started, they started building them 10 years ago. They've fallen apart completely. And then, what is the status, how is the department engaging with the justice sector to address the backlog in court cases? And why are there so many cases still under investigation? That's a major, major problem. When will the backlog of the internal investigations be concluded? Now, again, I'm going to use Tokologo as an example. I know that there's more than 9 internal investigations in Hertzogville. In Deelsville, it took 5 months before a case was deferred to the district, and in Boshoff, the one which was a plain sight of a policeman using firecrackers on Christmas Day with a loaded weapon right next to him, was sent through, and it was only deferred last week for investigation. And that was given through IPID. Why does it take so long to handle anything off internal investigations? In Boshoff, I know that there was a vehicle standing at a guy's house. It was his day off, so it's his company car. And at the same time, and I think it's the district commissioner was there, he literally witnessed a van being used as a taxi for taking school kids to and fro from school and charging for it. So there's problems within Tokologo, and also they're undermanned. You're looking at 75% personnel in Hertzogville, 75% in Boshoff, and about 50% in Deelsville. And that is taking it on the wording that if you have a station commander as a captain, you should have a staff capacity of 41. Deelsville doesn't even have a station commander, which means people do whatever they want. There's a case there of a driver, and the dog hunting is out of control in Tokologo, where the police actually drive the dogs into to a competition in the back of vans. These cases have been reported and nothing's been done about it. As well as the fact that a police officer was caught on driving completely drunk. It was taken to the community that the brigadier came to the station and he observed that she was drunk, and that case has still not been referred, or no feedback has been given back. So just in that municipality, the citizens have completely lost faith in the police station. In fact, they want to remove them. They'd rather say they'll do it on their own. It's completely out of control. Two more questions, sir. I also want to know why the stations don't have rural operators. There's not one single rural operator within Tokoloho, and I'm not taking that as the only one. Letsimeng's the same problem, and I think I can speak for most of the areas within the Free State. There's no rural operators. I mean, you've only got 2 pounds, which is also a major problem. So, especially with foot and mouth disease, etc., and stray animals, the police don't come fetch them. Those animals walk and destroy people's yards. Why are they not being moved? The police must be able to make some sort of temporary pound, and if the person doesn't fetch them, they must be able to have a solution to be able to remove them to the SPCA, etc. And then my last question is: how many of the stations all have functional victim units? I mean, when I say functional victim units, is there? Because we've had cases reported that there aren't sufficient rape kits. They have to come back the next day. They inconvenience the person. So I want to know how many rape kits, is each station got enough rape kits? Is the function, the victims unit sufficient? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and let me welcome the presentation. Chair, I've just got one or a question regarding infrastructure. I mean, it's referred here to the 75 million and the 38 million of Orendalsrus and Park Road. So what was the amounts spent there? Because this is additional amounts. I mean, I reckon it's more a public works question perhaps, but I mean, it's mentioned in your report. So if we're talking about additional amounts of 75 million and you're rebuilding the whole police station, because that's why I'm asking, what was the previous amount? Now it's additional, and how big is this square meterage? Because if you just look at a normal square meter that you're going to build for now, depends on how luxurious this the work is. It just seems to me exorbitant. But I mean, if they haven't got that, Chair, we can maybe just get it in writing also. But it was mentioned, so perhaps I can address that. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Very brief from my side, Chair. One who's interested in the overall infrastructure of police stations throughout the province. We are aware of the ones that have been attended to. But what is the state of police stations in the Free State in general? Secondly, Chairperson, there is a nature reserve in Harrismith called Platberg. Can we be told how the police are assisting the community there to deal with crime that is taking place in that game reserve? Because even if people do not report that crime, I think knowing that there is crime taking place in there must be something that the police can just go in there and check and find out and eradicate it. Because you can't have people producing coal, charcoal, inside a nature reserve. It's a factory in there. There are people who are erecting mansions of homes in there. And when you go there, you go to the gate there, you've got people who call themselves the security there, and if you are not accompanied by police, you can't go in there. So that is a form of extortion that the people have been faced at that particular nature reserve. So we are just pleading that, Commissioner, please, can we be assisted with that? The last thing that I want to talk to Chair is the issue of the pounds. I'm aware that recently the Hlaben local municipality informed communities there that they have got a pound in Dihlabeng, in Bethlehem. So if the information that one gets there is that we only have 2 in the Free State and that one is not mentioned, what does it mean? Does it mean it is not yet registered? Is it illegal? It does not comply with statutes? What does that mean? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chairperson. I had thought that everyone has questions. That's why I was relaxed. I looked at the presentation and trying to piggyback on what Dr. Roy raised on the issues of capacity challenges. I look at the statistics that were presented, and out of the cases that have been reported, my calculation says that once the case goes to court, the conviction rate is 16%. But with the cases, once you take it with cases that have been taken to court, the percentage is 21%. Now you also then check that with the cases that have been taken to court, cases that have been withdrawn were 22%. So it means cases that were withdrawn were even more than, they were even more than those that were, people were found guilty. No, the people that were found guilty is 21% of the cases reported taken to court. But if you take it with the statistics of cases reported, then it's 16%. Now, it could be due to issues that have been referred to of the capacity challenges. But once we don't clearly get the extent of the challenges, one would not also make sense of these statistics, what could be the cause. Because in the presentation it has not been clearly articulated as to what causes this, because really if you have 22% of cases withdrawn in court, it gives a worry to say what are really the causes. Now the other issue that has not been clearly stated is in terms of especially the cross-border cases and of animals. We have been having a problem of foot and mouth, and part of it has been that we have to have restrictions in terms of movement of animals. To what extent has this affected the police work? The other issue is this one of protests. Not much was said about these protests. The worrying factor here that LCA is that you get voice notes doing rounds that we are going to, we are not going to allow cars to move from this time, and clearly such people or those voices can be identified, and really that thing, it then happens. Here I may think of the case that is currently in court of Duduzile Zuma, Samba, whatever the name. It's related to what is being referred as intimidation that came out of what was. said in social media. And you see that happening. And here in Mangaung, we know it's the common names. Every time when there are protests, this person will be going around issuing voice notes. Now we are moving from this area, we're going to close that area. And I know during apartheid, once you say that thing, you'd not even last for 2 hours. You'll be arrested. And clearly, once such a thing has been identified, you would not even stay for a week. You'll be in prison. So I really don't understand what with these ones of especially Mangaung, because one of the issues that we know is that these people do that because, well, I shouldn't be taken for task for this. They also extort money. They know that once they do that or organize that, there are some leaders who will then give them money. So that's how they make money. It's something that is rife and known in Mangaung. They organize protests so that they can make money. The other issue, I see that this one of Siame police station has been reported as being in progress. But if you remember, the last time we were there, the real challenge and concern was that Ntabazo was not having police station because of, I think the one that was used was closed. Was it an office or whatever? And there were problems of files that were lying there unattended. From the report that we got from, I think it was during the portfolio committee on petitions, we received a disturbing report, I think, during that portfolio committee meeting. What could be the developments in terms of dealing with that? The other issue is that also, as we were doing oversight in the Zamdela, the ones that we had, I think it was in August last year in Zamdela, the presentation we received was that on average, around that jurisdiction, the challenges, capacity challenges of resources were such that there was one vehicle per 7 members per shift, which was really creating problems for police work. I think that was the presentation from Colonel Galland. So I just wanted to get an update in terms of those challenges. Like it has been said, we need to really get these challenges, these capacity challenges, which must then assist us to elevate and assist the police work to be able to be resourced enough to be able to conduct their work. And one issue that we also had received is this issue of because now we are in the elections fever. We have a lot of this democracy we have. We have a lot of parties emerging and individuals also registering for elections. And as a result, they do anything and everything for political marketing and canvassing, and such that they go to police station and say they do oversight, willy-nilly. We did raise this in the committee, I think it was last week or so, where we had said that we really have to discuss as parties in the legislature and come up with a mechanism so that we assist the police management to curb such incidents, because obviously from the parties that are in the legislature at the moment, there is generally an understanding on how we do oversight, even at party levels, such that such disruptions would also come from people who are not represented in the legislature, but we still have to finalize the details of that and then be able to circulate those things. I think that's all from my side, the Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. And should I carry on, Chair? Yes, please. Okay. Thank you very much, Chair, and the department. Let me welcome the presentation that is before us. Chair, we know that it is for the first time that we invite South African police to come and do the presentation before us. And it was a mum of a task for them to do that presentation because they didn't know where they're supposed to start and to end. Thank you very much, South African Police, by doing that and come and represent 207 report. My concern here, Chair, let me start with this one of Batu Police Station. But before I start with that, let me confirm my availability for the event that will be there for me not to be arrested. Thank you very much for that. Let me start with Batu Police Station, Chair. Batu Police Station, crime is happening in front of the gate of Batu Police Station. And there are no people who are arrested there. I don't know whether maybe police are waiting for those people to come in and register the case. If it is that the procedure, let our people know that the procedure is that they must take your phone in front of the police station. After that, you report the case. The other one is Bloomspruit. It's a chaos there. You get in there, go and open a case. You'll be waiting there for 2 hours. Those police who are supposed to help you there, they will say, no, we are waiting for someone to come and help you. But they are there. What are they doing there? So please, General, you must do something about that. The other question, Chair, is the withdrawal of the cases. I know that you are not responsible when the case is at the court. It's my question, it is because of lack of evidence that is presented before the court, or the investigation officer didn't do what he supposed or what she's supposed to do that time. The other one, General, is about the evidence. We see it all over here. Police are tampering with the evidence before the evidence go to court. Without gloves, they are handling firearms and they are handling everything that's supposed to go to court. That's why maybe the court says, no, there is no case here because you tampered with the evidence. I think also the other thing that makes this court to withdraw the cases is the untrained police officers. The untrained police officers. Why I'm saying the untrained police officers, the officers attend a basic training of police for that particular time. And when they come, immediately when they are deployed in various police stations, they became investigation officers without a proper training. That's why we are having this problem at court, because the ordinary police that are doing police, they are handing over cases to the investigation officers. That is the procedure. And we can't run away to that procedure. Because one should hand over to the investigation officer, and the investigation officer is supposed to take over and handle that matter. So it is not happening in that way. The new police officers, they are investigators. The last one, Chair, it's about the stolen livestock recovered and repatriation to South Africa. Remember, if you remember very well, Chair of Chairs, we talked about that, that impoundment area that is situated in Lady Brand. We are having cows there that are stolen. Maybe it's because of, generally you are new, like Chair of Chairs, he said to us, you are new from the box. Now, maybe you are waiting for handing over, because there is that process that you're supposed to went through it, handing over and taking over, and they will tell you about the livestock that is there. And that livestock is stolen, and they keep them there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Let's welcome the presentations. I thought, Chair, you would allow members of SAPS led by the Provincial Commissioner to answer as and when, because I'm looking at the tons of the questions that they will have to reply to. But it's fine, Chair. First and foremost, let me welcome the progress that South African Police Service is doing. When we are looking at the numbers, the numbers or statistics, it appears to there's stability, except only when you look at the issues of attempted murder. You can go as far as looking at your sexual offenses, there's stability, fairly. It means that whatever strategy that is being deployed is working for the province, and we are doing very well. And I'm trying to put my mind into what the generals will be replying to, with an understanding that, one, the issue of their recruitment of police, its mandate of national, to some of their buildings, they are placed within public works. Public works is not paying for what they are supposed to be paying, and the SCM is centralized. So at some point, I think that we'll be asking these questions to the provincial management of SAPS, but answers lies with public works, they lies with the national office of SAPS. But then it's fine. Let's then get to the issue of the top 30 stations. I think that from where I'm standing, when I look and analyze the nature of the towns and the areas where you would have most stations, is Mangaung. Primarily it might be, I'm not sure, General and the team and the MEC, that it might be that Bloemfontein, it's perceived as an area whereby many people will get opportunities. It might be for trade, business, and otherwise. Perhaps there might be some justification. I'm not sure. I'm trying to get what are the real reasons, because the larger population of the Free State is based in Tamifutsa, and I try to look at the fact of population, but I realize that it's not population driven. It might be economical demands, opportunities driven, that this area, this number of stations that have this number of crimes, they are mostly in Mangaung, and then followed by, of course, Fairsley because of the border between the Free State and Gauteng. I'm just trying to put my mind on these issues. I think I want to agree on the issue of cases withdrawn before in court, that I understand that NPA at some point they are responsible, and the mandate of SAPS ends somewhere, does not move beyond the issues of choosing a person can withdraw or not withdraw. But perhaps if you can just take us onto on board, what are perhaps the most common factors that make these people to withdraw? It's either before or during the court process, so that we get to have a clearer understanding of that. I want to commend you as well on the issue of farmer tax. You are doing fairly well, and I think there will be then the deficiencies that you might face because of the shortage of staff, as I think it was Honorable Mikey that was speaking about the rural coordinators and so forth. But with these statistics of the number of arrests, cases in waiting, those that are ongoing, you are doing fairly well, and we must commend you on that. And your strategy appears to be working, and please continue to do so. And the issue of that I want to, we perhaps what we need to do, there is a report on the police station of Odindasares and Park Road by NCOP that we did recommendations, including with DBSA, what is it that must happen? Perhaps we need to follow up on that report as to those recommendations, the departments that are responsible, and DBSA, what is it that they have done with those recommendations when we did oversight in those two areas? Because at some point we would ask these questions to the management of SAPS, only to realize that the departments, when we did oversight, they are not doing their part, which is public works, which is DBSA and so forth. We need to get that report and perhaps make a follow-up. But also, the police station, the temporary police station in Nyakalo, I want to understand what is the strategy, given that it's a temporary structure and therefore there's it's closed. There's how do you operate, including if the ordinance as the state that it is? Are you continuing to use your mobile that is outside, whereby female police officers, they are unable to work overnight, that they will always be paired with male counterpart to be able to show that they are safe throughout the night, because anybody can attack them, given whatever weapon that they would have. And the one of municipal impounds, I think it's a very critical area. I think as a province, we can't have, given we're an agricultural province first, we can't have only 2 pounds, which is the one is in Ladybrand, the second one is the one that is in Virginia, which is privately used. We need to look at the way that how bestly we can assist you, working with the committee and other departments that are involved, say that why can't we have at least 1 pound per district? Because you can imagine if you impound animals as far as mammal, you must bring them in Ladybrand. It's fuel, members deployed, and everybody is very costly. It's some of the areas that we think that when the MEC, we need to discuss and find solutions to assist. But mine is just to say, in these issues, you're fighting crime, and what you have presented to us, it's not only your sole responsibility, but equally ourselves as members of the legislature, to assist with information and support on issues that they are still within your mandate, but you are unable to execute them because of some sister department or entities of government. They are unable to enable your environment to effectively execute the mandate of the institution. So I think, Chair, that is, but it's positive. The picture that we have been presented with is a positive picture. You can look at the numbers, they talk to themselves. Only the issue of the MEDA rate that I think it's a little bit of a concern, that the difference at 150 something, but fairly, I think the management and the entire leadership and men in blue and women on the ground, they are doing fairly well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and let me welcome the presentation by the SAPS leadership. Chairperson, I'm highly concerned in terms of media reports. It seems that recently there's been poaching of 7 rhinos at the Willem Pretorius Wildlife Reserve between February and May. 7 in a very short period. I'd just like to get some indication from SAPS in terms of the wildlife and endangered species. Are you aware of these 7 rhinos that have been poached, that have been killed? Have cases been opened? Is it under investigation by the stock theft unit? To my understanding, it's the Willem Pretorius Wildlife Reserve that falls under the provincial government here in the province. So I would just like some indication on that, if you can give us some information about that. Has it been reported and is it under investigation? Highly concerning. Then as well, in terms of law enforcement at municipal level, I do attend CPF meetings, I do attend SAPS, Imbizos, and there on that local level, we get a lot of complaints from SAPS saying law enforcement in municipalities are not assisting them enough. They are not taking their hands, they're not even responding at times, coming to meetings, etc. From the province's side, what engagements are there with COGTA and our municipalities to say, on a local level, law enforcement must take hands, municipal law enforcement, let me say that, municipal law enforcement, because we have to be honest about the whole of society approach when it comes to policing. The police alone cannot address the major issue we have. So what is being done on a provincial level with engagements with municipalities, asking them to come on board to assist as well, and actually helping with, petty crimes and so forth, infrastructures and so on. Then in terms, thirdly, the technological capabilities of SAPS in the Free State. Can we please be taking into confidence what is transpiring in terms of technology? Are we seeing more technology being used by SAPS in the Free State, or are we lacking behind other provinces? I'm not sure how it's being rolled out. But when I speak about technology, it's about dash cams, drones being utilized, just even trackers in vehicles, that we are able to see where our policemen and women are moving around the province. What are we doing in terms of technology? Because we have to utilize technology in terms of evidence-based policing to understand, to better utilize what we have. Then, fourthly and lastly, and this might come into municipal level, law enforcement as well, is I'm very concerned about our critical infrastructure on local government level, and especially in our smaller towns and dorpies and so on. There we see a lot of vandalism and theft of pump stations. So the municipality goes, they install a new pump station at a sewage plant, next week it's gone. Substations, and I'm referring to small towns especially. Is there cooperation between SAPS and local government, small towns especially, to say, how are we working together to protect, in a small town, let's take a small town like Philippolis or Reddersburg. There we've got one sewage plant, one wastewater treatment plant, one pumping the water, and one big substation. So there's not a lot to protect, to my mind, when it comes to bulk infrastructure. And I know the police can't be expected to go and patrol there every single minute of the day. But to my understanding, there must be, again, this cooperation between SAPS and the municipality and all stakeholders to say, this is critical infrastructure. We've now spent millions on refurbishing a critical water pump, installing new cables. How are we going to protect it with the community, with the CPF, with SAPS, but with the municipality as well, so that we work together, even if, I'm not sure if you work with SNDF perhaps on the border, but how do we protect this critical infrastructure? Because we can't be repairing to the tune of millions of rands our bulk infrastructure, because we must got to be serious. When this bulk infrastructure is carried away, it has a massive influence on jobs and livelihoods and service delivery in our municipality. So that cooperation, is SAPS taken into confidence when there is this upgrades in smaller municipalities to bulk infrastructure? And how are we protecting that critical service delivery infrastructure? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and let me also welcome the presentation by SAPS. Chair, I just want to check with SAPS that there's any current strategy to reduce family violence, child protection, and sexual offense. I'm asking this, Chair, because as we all know that this our big challenges in the whole country. Chair, there's an outcry from the communities about the cases that took long. So how can members of the public access feedback on the cases like your GBV, your child abuse cases status, without having to go to the station? Chair, the other one, we know in case of capacity, I just want to check there's any training received by SAPS on the sexual offenses, like Act number 32 of 2007 and Act number 38 of 2025. And if there's any training, how they measure competency after that training. The last one, Chair, is on, maybe if I can check, all their stations, they are equipped with private victim-friendly room. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to have one short question, and then I'm going to make a recommendation as well. I just want to find out, there are, in fact, police instructions on how stray animals are supposed to be dealt with. I can't remember the instruction, but it's there. So my question is, how are police officials on a local level, how are they trained and informed about these police instructions? Because sometimes you get a member of the public who phones you and say, listen, I wanted to report these stray animals, and the police officer said we can't do anything. Although the instruction is quite clear that there are certain steps that need to be followed. So how are the officials on local, in the police stations, how are they trained and informed about new instructions? And then lastly, Chairperson, I think many of the questions we are raising deals with the implementation of the rural safety strategy. And I know it's a national document, but we need to understand what is also going on in the Free State. I mean, I know one of the aspects of the strategy is that there should be rural safety coordinators at each police station with an assigned vehicle. And I'm not quite sure whether that's actually being implemented in the province. So at some stage, Chair, I think we should really look into that, sit with both SAPS and the department to say, even if it's the reviewed one, let's sit with that strategy and understand what's going on there, so we also understand what the challenges are in the implementation of that. Because it's one thing to have a strategy, but if you can't implement it, it doesn't mean anything. So I think we should have that discussion at some stage as well. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. We can hand over to you, Police Commissioner, and the team to deal with the issues that have been raised. In the end, we will ask the intelligence of the MEC to deal with the issue of the relationship between the police and the department, especially as it pertains to the IGR arrangement. You raised yourselves your frustrations with regard to municipalities' provision of services such that policing is not disrupted, is not affected. But I think all the issues raised were giving you an opportunity to deal with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members. It's 4 pages of questions. You can see that we were not called for some time. Yeah. Chair, with your indulgence, so that I don't chew alone, I'll allow my colleagues to respond and I'll fill up if that is in order. Perhaps starting with the question of Honorable Jankelson. In case of personnel, we avoided to speak about it because it has been dealt with internally. Yesterday we had meeting with the National Commissioner and we were promised that posts are going to be advertised. But the technicality is that if you fill this post, you take from this post. Naturally, you will forever have vacant posts. I want to indicate that for almost a year, some of our heavyweight and critical police stations did not have station commanders. I don't even speak about detective commanders or visible policing commanders. Roughly, I've checked, we've got 17 stations without leadership, which is beyond us because we depend from national to advertise police. These are funded posts. However, when you take a station commander from a captain station, you put him in a lieutenant colonel station, you leave a vacuum there. It's a continuing process. Some of vacancies, when you go to other stations, you'll find 1 member on duty. But we have a contingency plan to fill up when there is shortage of personnel. This is due to a number of reasons. Firstly, natural attrition, people retiring, going on pension, medical pension, people who are resigning, dismissals. For example, only first week of this month, last month only, I think I've signed about 6 dismissals for serious misconduct. I think if there is a department in this province which deal with misconduct, is the police service. And some of this is early retirement. We lost a lot of experience and people due to early retirement, the previous one. Now we've got coming round again with early retirement. At provincial level, we've got critical posts, a head of detectives, which is vacant. By the way, Chairperson, I have forgotten to submit apology of General Mudiso, who is in charge of detectives. She's writing examinations. Why she's not here? And we have a post of provincial head, human resource, provincial head, human resource development, which are vacant. Now, at least the department is in the process of filling up the posts. We are busy with establishing panels for those posts. And for some time, when the police employ 10,000 people, out of 10,000 we'll get, if we are lucky, about 500 for the province. And you must share this 500 amongst all units, amongst 114 police stations you have. You lose more than what you get annually in terms of personnel, but we avoid to complain. Yesterday we had a meeting with the National Commissioner. He was complaining about the crime levels of last week. I could not even say, I don't have personnel. I depend over the weekends with overtime. And also, in terms of treasury regulations, I can't exceed specific amounts for overtime. But we are doing with what we have. We are pushing those who are there to ensure that service delivery is not compromised. Perhaps so that I don't take everything, Chairperson, we will deal first with the questions of Honorable Jankelson. I think, let me start first with General Adams.
Thank you, General. Honorable Chair of Chairs and honorable members, thank you very much and thank you for the opportunity that we can engage on issues of mutual concern. What we are talking about here is about the province that we are part of, that we are passionate about to succeed. Honorable Jenkelson, the one issue that you spoke about was the one of firearms, and in this group, and I don't know if I was overstepping the rules. I'm always armed, and I always have my firearm with me, whether on duty or off duty. It's just my nature. But I'm not here to speak about myself and compliance in terms of the Firearm Controls Act. But importantly, as a commander, to oversee that function at stations. There is the reality of members not being competent. And there's categories of them not being competent. Some of them are undergoing psychological issues where we as the police have to disarm them. If a member is taken up at Bloom Care for major depression, the first thing that we must do is to disarm him or her. We have gone through a time of not having had ammunition nationally to keep our competencies regularly, because we have moved from doing it yearly to now over a 5-year period. But as I said, it's in my nature, so I always look for opportunities to do these things, because that's my background in the police. But the province have made steady progress as of late. I think the stats is available there. There's an improvement in terms of competency. These management sitting here, they are also net exempted from the provincial commissioner right through. We need to be compliant in terms of the act. It's just his choice not to carry a firearm like I am. He's got a red pen and the black pen, and he commands us. We need to make sure that we are there in preventing crime. So yes, Honorable Jenkinson, it is something that the South African Police Service is concentrated and seized with daily to ensure the state-owned shooting ranges is few and far between. But we do collaborate with Mangaung Grootvlei Correctional Services, G4S. It's a private facility that they're giving it to us for our firearm competency test free of charge. And that's how we maintain. So it is an ongoing process, and we need to have 100% compliance in terms of that. But we will always have those members that are wearing uniform that will not have a firearm, because they are still functional members. Some of them are even declared unfit for various reasons to possess a firearm. So, but we can't get rid of them. We are still using them, but that is the reality of the firearm related matters that the Honourable was brought to our attention. The
Perhaps
DCC,
before you
sorry,
move
sir.
away from the firearm, General Singh, to fill up on the firearm issues.
Okay, thank you, Chair of Chairs and honorable members. I wanted to register a grievance because of the number of questions that were asked to us as opposed to the the other department. But it's okay. I think in terms of training, we identified that as a problem. So we registered a project at the moment at the province with regards to training of personnel in maintenance shooting. There were complaints previously about lack of ammunition and lack of ranges, etc., etc. We looked at all of that. There's no issues with ammunition any longer. So the project itself, we said, let's fund this project because there are costs associated. If we hire a range, there are costs involved. We need there's certain requirements. You must have the ambulance present. It comes at a cost. So we said, let's put all these costs together, register a project, and start with the training. So we can, at the next meeting, give you progress on the number of people that we have trained to gain competency in firearms. So you also, you asked the question, how do we allocate resources? I think we undergo a process. Recently, we had community engagements on the implementation of the station post requirement methodology, the SPRs. Now, it's a very, very long and tedious undertaking where we go and examine everything at the station. The number of cases reported, the farm visits, and there's a host of about 123 items that we look at before it kicks out a determination on the number of personnel that's required for that particular station and the post level of the police station. So it's a very structured approach that we use. Obviously, not all the time the information is accurate. It creates a bit of a problem here and there. But at the province, we try as far as possible to capacitate stations at least a minimum of 70% across the board. That is our application. So when we do distribution of new posts, for example, we are glad to hear that the promotional posts are going to be out today. The senior manager posts that the general mentioned, we are going to be sitting with panels. We also were informed that Public Service Act posts are going to be granted to the province. Never happened in the last 10 years. So it's a significant challenge. And Public Service Act posts, honorable members, we cannot just employ our people that's due for promotion within the police. These posts are advertised within the public service. And for one post, we will get 10,000 applications. And we have to sift through that. So these are the challenges, but we try, like I indicated, to try and sustain members at the station at least at 70%. So I think at times when members go to stations and there's a shortage of members, it's brought to our attention and we try to assist wherever possible. I think that's...
General Adams, you want to chew everything for yourself?
No,
Okay,
General. No, General.
I'm saying General C.
Oh,
Okay, yeah.
okay. That's possible, General. The one category that Honorable Jenkinson also highlighted is, and which you indicated, sir, that the crime stats is not correct. It's what's being referred to as crimes dependent on police action for detection. Now, the other crime categories, like our contact crimes, our sexual offenses, our subcategories of aggravated robbery, our contact-related, our property-related crimes, those are categories that we as the South African Police Service in our day-to-day efforts need to ensure that there's a decrease of reported cases. The only category that it is expected of us to increase, and hence the colors is still indicated in red, is crimes dependent on police action for detection, because we must go out. We must go and get these drugs off the streets. We must go and get the people driving under the influence of alcohol. We must go and get sexual offenses as a result of police action for detection, where we see people in cars, having sexual engagements, or ladies standing next to the road and what is the word again? Flashing. Those are the crimes. Firearms and ammunition, we need to get it off the street. We need to go out there, and that is the only difference, because generally when we're talking about crime, across the board we would want to see that it gets decreased, but this is expected. And it is correct, and this is how it's being presented by our crime registrar nationally, and the minister also reflected as that. So it is just a misinterpretation of understanding. But on the other hand too, for us, the pressures of us increasing this, there should be a proliferation of these things, and it's something that we are battling to understand, to say, but okay, year on year we must increase. So it means there must be more drug dealers. But we internally are not really being held to task if we have dismantled serious laboratories, like what we've seen in the Northwest, where there was a Mexican laboratory. So obviously, around the Northwest, there's going to be a decrease in cases because a local manufacturing facility has been dismantled. The same year, not so long ago, I remember it was the day on the funeral of the late MEC Tate Mahwe. On that day, we arrested a Malawi national here in the CBD. The investigation then took us to a plot in Vaalbank, where there was a Mandrex manufacturing machine. Those are only, available commercially for pharmaceutical companies, because you don't go behind any bush and get a machine that can press pills. Those are for the Adcock Ingrams and the Lennons and those places. And that had an impact then, because soon after that, we then had arrest on the R30 coming in with big consignments coming from Gauteng, because we then hampered the local manufacturing. So that, Honorable Jenkinson, is just for clarity in terms of crimes heavily dependent on police action for detection. The only category that we must show an increase, but it is regarded as a positive for us. Just the last one with regard to the DCCFs, I believe the PC also have taken note of the suggestion that the Honorable Jenkinson has made with regard to rather a virtual platform than an in-person, because it also creates a negative perception to the community that there's vehicles stagnant for 3, 4, 5 hours. That in this organization of us, it is some of the technologies that we're working. Last night, I was part of the net joints where I sat in my house, and we connected nationally through MS Teams. We don't use Zoom here, but we use MS Teams, and we connect. It is a cost-saving measure. It helps a lot, but there is certain times that you need, especially in our organization, that I need to get the station commander, look him in the eye, and tell him what is he doing and not doing, because it's not the same when we are doing it over the air, because for that reason. But it's definitely something that I believe we can have a look at, maybe at the frequency of the in-person, and then also taking it out. It also goes hand in hand with what is expected of us in terms of cost-saving measures. So thank you very much for that observation, Honorable Jenkinson. And you are 100% correct. The Cederberg building there is flooded with police cars, and it creates that picture that the people now sitting at Arlington doesn't have a car because the Arlington station commander has been driven there. But it's something that I believe the provincial management will take note of. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Yeah, Honorable Jenkinson, well, I think the General has talked to this one of the Bethlehem vehicles. He was in the district. Now, when you want people to account, then they start to have connectivity problems. And I think he's now going to wear the different cap. He'll realize that, hence, in many instances, you want them here, because many of them have connectivity problems. But we will try to check where we have problems, and so that we can minimize that. Also to coordinate a transport from station A to station B. The one of Tsiame police station, I think for the past 5 years, we've been working on Park Road, because Public Works has outsourced to DBSA. But when you go to Tsiame police station, it's state-of-the-art police station, and it was not outsourced. The project was managed by the police itself. The station was built record time, and hence you have Tsiame police station. Now, based on the situation of personnel I indicated, to open Tsiame, I must have people of Harrismith say, Ian for you, Ian for me, so that I have capacity there. But fortunately, we have opened a new unit, Public Water Police for Harrismith, and they will also be based in Tsiame. We'll also look, we had discussions with the MEC to check this other one, Intabazwe, how we can also ensure that Intabazwe is functional. However, the security is this, Honorable Member. When you open contact police stations, satellite police stations, you take away police from the street, they're going to sit in an office. Now, people think contact points address crime. They don't address crime. We need foot on the ground so that police are more visible. However, we will be taking personnel from CM. I think General Makele wanted to have a bite elsewhere.
No, I think, thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. It was over the issue of Bethlehem. I'm responsible in ensuring that we have countermeasures, which meetings can be on the virtual platforms and then which meetings cannot be on the virtual platform. And then those meetings of Tuesday are one of those meetings that were categorized under that they cannot be done through virtual platform because of the risks that were outlined, Chairperson. And over and above that, I think PC the issue of the detectives not detecting. I'm not from the detectives, I'm a specialty from crime intelligence. However, I do sit with them in some meetings with NPA, and their issue most of the time is the people from Lesotho who will commit crime the site, and the same day they are crossing illegally so to the other country. Over and above that, inexperienced members, whilst we are having experienced members having more than 200-300 dockets on hand, which is practically impossible. And yes, there are crash courses, there are formal courses, but it remained a problem. The province is growing daily. The police, we are losing members daily, and that brings a serious imbalancement. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Yeah. Chairperson, the issue of detection, this can also be associated to issue of capacity. For example, at Kagisanon, you have members who have about 800 dockets on hand. And he can't do anything with those dockets. Some of detection is influenced by backlog at the forensic. I personally, last week, I received a complaint from a concerned mother whose child was raped, and the rapist the case was withdrawn in court because of outstanding forensic report. I personally called the head of forensic in Pretoria. Within 2 days, he said, no, it was more than a year waiting for that report. Then I say, but it can't be. We are going for 2 years, report outstanding. This thing was analyzed, but it was never loaded on the system. If I did not intervene, the report would have been still outstanding. Even those where you find that somebody has bent beyond recognition, it takes time to identify, to get a report. Cases get withdrawn in court, in particular, drunken driving, possession of drugs, because we await results from the lab. Because of that backlog. Now, when you release a Nigerian, where will you get him? That case is drawn forever. That man is gone. Because of that backlog, it affects our detection. The person I work with, the protector, he was summoned to court in Edwards last week. He was summoned to be 8:30 at court. He was in court 8:30. 3:30, he and the other witnesses are told the case is postponed because the magistrate has been dealing with new cases postponements. But they know there are people, they have someone to come and testify. Now people end up losing interest in their cases because they see the whole day in court and nobody have interest to speak to you as a witness, to say, sorry sir, madam, the court roll is behind. And we think we'll postpone the case. Should we need you, we'll call you. People sit there the whole day. And here we even speak about very poor people who does not have even anything to eat for the whole day. People who have used their license to travel to court. Now these things of capacity at court, lack of magistrates, lack of prosecutors, impacts on police performance negatively. Because this person, once the case gets withdrawn, he goes and commits another crime. Now that impact on performance of the police. Conviction rate of stock theft. We can't hide it. We have a lack of capacity within stock theft units. And the nature of work of stock theft units, you need a person who has passion for the work. Because the person must go and do a waylay at night, a fourlay. Now, if you've got somebody who does not have passion for work, it will affect your conviction rate. Now, the other thing which impact conviction rate, we have farmers who have a number of farms, and they've got only farm managers. Now, stock theft will be reported only when stock is counted. And it's after how long? You will hardly get leads at that crime scene. Now that impacts on conviction rate for stock theft. I think we have dealt with the issue of Kronstadt, honorable member, where they can't find address. Again here, we'll also try to engage municipalities because squatters camp a mushroom, no addresses, no street, no lights, no street numbers, no street names. That impacts even negatively on our reaction time because we have specific time to arrive at a complaint. And if we don't arrive in time, we categorize complaints in terms of very serious complaints in progress, serious complaint, and those which people just need assistance from the police. Now, it impacts negatively the infrastructure within our municipalities. Now, hence you have a problem in Kronstadt where somebody says, we can't find the address. The address is not even on the Google. I think we have dealt with the questions of Honorable Jankelson. We'll take the questions of Honorable McKay. Jarasi?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. In respect of the cells, I think if we can submit a report on the status of cells in the entire province, because we have tasked supply chain to do an assessment of all cells. And I think that will give us a fair indication of all the stations and to what extent we are in terms of its repairs. Yes, there are cells at certain police stations where we get reports from the station commander. But we said if that's the case, let's deal with that, but let us deal with it holistically. So if it's okay with the chair, we can submit a report on that. Thank you.
Is it okay, Honorable? Thank you.
Thank you,
Proceed.
Chair of Chairs. The other part that Honorable McKay mentioned was the Justice Department and the backlog. And I'm not speaking as a detective. I'm just speaking as a district commissioner that were part of the District Efficiency Enhancement Committee, which is designed between the Department of Justice, the NPA, and the SAPS to deal with bottlenecks in terms of the court roll and issues of mutual concern. That is a meeting that is chaired by, in this case, the Chief Magistrate here. She's got what's the surname, General? Oh, but our Chief Magistrate, the Indian Muslim lady, I've just forgotten the surname. She's chairing that, and we account. So if there's issues of mutual concern, that platform is actually seized to deal with that backlog. But as it stands, yes, it's happening, but we don't see the results because for the South African Police Service, every police station has got what is called an SAP6, where cases are being reported, and all cases being reported are getting monitored according to the columns, from column 1 to column 8.6. Now, what is of importance is reported cases, column 1, column 7. No, this is, she's, Advocate Sumaro is the DPP. Motlekar, yeah, she's the acting chief magistrate. The post is not filled. Column 7 is for cases under investigation, and column 8.6 is for cases previously to court that is coming back with a query. And that should be the mechanism for us to deal with it and find bottlenecks. But it's happening, but we just need to improve the efficiency, because in the design of it, say the District Efficiency Enhancement Committee, but the efficiency still need to be improved. That was your issue with regard, and our response with regard to the backlog, Honorable McKay. I just made the issue of the port of entry. I don't know why I stopped writing, because Honorable McKay was talking about the port of entry. Sorry, General, I don't know.
Thank you. In respect of targets not achieved, Honorable Chair, I think the presentation that we presented is a smaller version of what it is. It's a 170 slide presentation where it's broken down into each of the components, et cetera, et cetera. But just to indicate the areas of non-performance, I think when the provincial commissioner was appointed, he's very big on accountability. And we've already set and started developing templates in terms of accountability, in terms of performance. But the various areas of non-performance, I can talk from, for example, from the support environment, not finalizing disciplinary cases on time, not conforming to the timelines. So we put measures in place. The provincial commissioner has already amended the provincial order on discipline management, and we are going to be really strict on that. Management of leave, there are processes in place where we're going to track monthly to ensure that we achieve on targets. So in terms of those targets that were not achieved, I believe also when there's many targets that are not yet assessed, it's currently being assessed. So in the annual report, I think it'll give a very, very fair indication of our percentage performance. I think at that point in time, we'll have a good overview. Thank you.
Honorable McKay, I think your observation about Deswell and Boshoff was accurate. To an extent, sometimes I blame myself. For more than 2 years, we did not have a station commander because I charged the station commander with 82 counts and he resigned for abuse of state vehicle, the very same thing you are speaking of. The hearing lasted, and when the hearing, we started recovering state money from him for the traveling of this state vehicle. It was over 100,000 which we recovered from his pension. And he was facing a dismissal because of the abuse of state vehicle, and he jumped the ship. Basically, we did pick up a incident of abuse. We have put measures in place, and to ensure that there is monitoring, strict monitoring, especially stations like Delsville where there is no station commander. But we believe that very soon we'll fill the post of station commander. That's when I think General Singh spoke to the one of delay in disciplinary cases. And the incident of a vehicle parked at Boshoff, I think the district commissioner is busy with that. He did indicate that he's investigating that departmental, as well as the person who was found drunk by the deputy district commissioner. And there are cases, the case is pending. The only one which I was not aware of, will make work of it, the vehicle which is used as a taxi and the one which is used for hunting. And the only one which I did not understand well is why station does not have rural operator. I'm not sure whether the honorable member was referring to pounds. The rural safety. Okay. Yeah, it's a standard, honorable member, that every station must have every station with the farming community must have a rural safety coordinator. Okay, we take note. I think General Adams has already noted that, so that we work on it. The issue of bylaws, stray animals, it's a municipal thing. It's unfortunate that everything thrown on the doorstep of the police. It's a municipal thing to have bylaws, to have pounds, and to ensure that there is vehicles. We don't have vehicles which transport stray animals. We have vehicles with stock theft units, but which are meant to transport seized stock. And the issue of Lady Brent pound, which were, I think, Honorable Foucault raised it, if I remember well, about stock lying, which is kept at the pound in Lady Brent. We pay for stock from the police budget, which we found have been stolen, and we found in a pound. But we don't pay for a stock which was not stolen. And the owner only reported when it is at the pound. And after a long period, it has already builded, big amount. Yeah. Now people will come to the police to report as if it is stolen, knowing that this stock was on the land of somebody. Somebody took it to the pound. Now, to avoid payment, he comes to the police. We don't pay for that. Even Basotho complains to say, you South African Police Service, when you have stock in Lesotho and you recover them in Lesotho, you don't pay for that. But our people, when they come to South Africa, they are told to pay 8,000, 16,000 for a cow. But the dynamics is that they don't report them stolen. And it's stock which crossed the border for grazing. And when the police and the military working on the border impound it, then the person comes and he wants the police to pay for him. That does not happen. That is the complaint we normally get about the stock, which relating to the bylaws. However, there was a session with municipalities. We had a meeting with COGTA to look into the issues of bylaws. Because these are stray animals. They cost us lives. They cause serious accidents on our roads. And you'll see them grazing along highways. And now you must take police away from doing police work and go and do something else. It impacts also negative on policing function. How many stations have functional VFR, victim-friendly rooms, as well as units? I think General Singh, I thought he will address that. Because the units, forensic units, are available at stations. And they are captured on system. We can see the stock levels. But victim-friendly rooms, at a station where we don't have space for that, there is a space dedicated, an office, which the members at the station knows that if I need to interview somebody in private, we will use this office. This person should not be interviewed in public. I think we have addressed most of the questions by Honorable David McKay. Perhaps we go to the questions by Honorable Van Vieren. Who wants to start? General?
I wanted to address the issue of measures at the borderline, extra measures.
Okay.
To say we are having Provincial and BMAs part of that and other sister units. We have bilateral meetings once a quarter. Lesotho is partaking in those particular meetings. Hence, we presented the wanted people from Republic of South Africa to Lesotho, and then they also have their list from that side to this side. And then we have a borderline operations simultaneously with Lesotho. We have dates from the bilateral that this side, this date, there will be a cross-border operation, and then simultaneously with Lesotho, they will be doing that. I think the issue of friendly victim, PC, Honorable Chair, 99 friendly victim rooms we are having that are functional, and then I think he spoke to the issue of the interview rooms where we don't have friendly facilities at the police stations. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I think General Singh will address the question by Honorable Van Vieren. It will immediately link to the question by Honorable Khwabane on the infrastructure. I think both questions related to infrastructure.
Thank you, Chair. I think the question was how much was already spent. Maybe we should go back to the report that was mentioned by Mr. Nzama when the oversight body visited the boat stations. So I think there's a lot of information that's there where DBSA was also would have committed to it. So maybe we can leave that for that report, which will have those figures that were spent. In respect of the overall infrastructure of police stations in the province, just to indicate, we only have 7 police stations that are devolved, which means that there's only 7 police stations that are no more under the control of DPWI. It is now given to us. So if we want to undertake repairs, day-to-day maintenance, we can do that. We don't need the permission of, so it would be nice going forward that we have more stations devolved so we can do more, because it's actually a challenge working with DPWI when it comes to projects and things like that. So if I cannot give an indication of all the stations, what the conditions are, but there are some stations that require a lot of work, whilst others are in a fairly good condition.
This is national DPA.
Yes, national. Yes, it's national DPWI. Thank you.
Adams?
Thank you, General. Thank you, Chair of Chair, honorable members. Since I, and maybe I should request this respectfully, that when the honorable members speak, is to just say who the honorable member is, because it's only now that I'm picking up names from the PC that have been engaged with you. The others we just see on TV when they are speaking, so you know, at least there you had and you've got an idea.
Honourable member is sufficient. You can just look at him or her.
And just say, okay.
So honourable member is sufficient.
I don't need to say honourable member Klute, because now I hear you are Klute. So you know. But thank you. The honourable member that spoke about Platberg and the nature reserve and the mining of coal and the illegal buildings there and the securities, that seems to be a law unto themselves. It is something that I have taken note of as the DPC. But importantly also is to bring the departments responsible for that nature reserve on board. The mining of coal, there we are talking about the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources. They need to come on board. The same as what we did here with Heidedal, where we have the quarries that were excavated and it filled up with water and we had drownings. It's only now that those departments are coming on board because of that. There's intergovernmental and interdepartmental responsibilities, and at the end of the day, if somebody get hurt in there, then it becomes a policing matter. But before that, we should have engaged with the relevant. The same when it comes to it as a nature reserve, the Department of Forestries, Fisheries, and the Environment is of crucial importance. The murder that happened of the two elderly people in the Kruger National Park, yes, it's a policing matter now, but the first line of defense should have been in place by the Department of Forestries, Fisheries, and the Environment for the rangers and those type of things. So there need to be collaboration. And I can say it now, honourable member, but also later. Us as the South African Police Service do have the structures in place, because there should be a priority committee that must sit and deal with issues of mutual concern, where we pick this thing up and be proactive. But we tend to always want to be reactive. And the issues why we do not get miles from the priority committees is exactly the reason that it doesn't get attended by those responsible at local level. And it also goes to the honourable member there that seems to be from the Reddersburg or from the Harib when it comes to infrastructure, and we will get to that. Those type of things can be discussed there at local level, and we can put measures in place to deal with issues of mutual concern, but that is lacking. It's important now that it is brought to our attention. We will have to zoom in and see what is the extent of the illegal mining activities, because now we are talking about illegal mining. The other day, the Provincial Commissioner gave taskings, and when we're talking about illegal mining, we always talk about Lijueliputswa and the gold mines there. But then we just reminded to say, oh, but the illegal mining of sand also is an issue, because this sand are taken, it's a natural resource, and people are selling it off. They should be permitted. Where is the department responsible for that? So we will do the same with regard to your concern in relate to Platberg, honourable member.
I think, honourable member, also for Platberg, there is a dispute about land there. And there is a king who's also involved. Yeah. Okay. The issue of the protest and the voice note, Honourable Khwabane. I think our intelligence are looking into that. Everybody knows the voice of Potso. But when you go to court, you must prove it's Potso who was speaking in this clip. Where did you get it? Because things get circulated. We are working on that, especially where people instigate violence. We are working on it. We have projects working on that. We can't divulge more on that. Perhaps you are part of the project. The parties emerging, it's not only emerging parties. Honorable Jackals indicated that he wanted to go to a police station. I said, no, wait, police must work. You'll come as a legislature to the police station. Then police will account every day to everybody now. But I said, you can do your oversight without interrupting police. We don't have a problem because you being at the police station in the community service center, just observe. It will even assist me to improve the way police relates to people, the way they treat people, the way they respond to things. But I don't want station commander to sit in a boardroom and account to Ntate Foko. Tomorrow is Honorable Khwabane, tomorrow is Honorable Jankelson. Then what time will he work? But I really appreciate the commitment of the legislature in assisting that, and our first culprit is Honorable Jankelson. Yeah. Okay, then perhaps we take the questions of one vehicle per 7 members, Honorable Khwabane. I think you indicated the station. Zamdela, oh yeah, okay. We have a ratio. For example, for detectives, a ratio is 2:1. For uniform police, CSC is 8:1. Because you deal with a shift of 8 people. They are not all of them on the vehicle. One is working in the cells, one is in the CSC, 2 is on the vehicle, one is at court as court orderly. Now that is why, and the other shift is off. And unfortunately, the very same car run 24/7. That is why we have our vehicles forever in the garages, because they don't rest because of this ratio. The ideal is that if you have a vehicle per shift, that car will last, because we'll have specific drivers for vehicle, but that is an ideal situation in case of vehicles. And I think General Singh can talk about what we did to ensure that we have fleet, the turnaround strategy to assist in turnaround time for garages.
Thank you, Chair. Vehicles are a massive problem in the organization. You know, when we look at the non-availability of vehicles, we tend to immediately go and say, you know what, you guys are not doing your job to ensure more vehicles. But the problem is also on the side of our drivers. You know, it's so depressing that the moment you buy a vehicle, there's not even 500 kilometers on it, and the vehicle's rolled. It's written off. It actually, when I see pictures like that, it pains me. You know, what a waste of resources. And it's a problem. So we decided that we're going to deal with the drivers. We're going to open losses and to recover our monies from them. That is running. In terms of the garages, there were always complaints about no tools, not many mechanics, etc., etc. I can indicate that we capacitated the garages. We capacitated them. We ring-fenced 5 million rand to buy tools. So there's enough tools in the garages. There's a lot of 673 store items, like batteries and service items and all of that that's in the garages. The reason for that is that we do not want excuses any longer, that you're now outsourcing a vehicle on RT46, and I'm glad RT46 is coming to an end at the end of June. So now all repairs will be done in-house. Obviously, specialized repairs will be outsourced, but most of it will be done in-house. And we are on our garages. I'm on a group. Every day I can tell you how many vehicles came in, how many vehicles were repaired, how many went out. So we are on it to ensure that availability is maintained at about 85 to 90%. So we are put efforts in place there. Thank you.
The questions of Honorable Foucault, I think the one of Batu, where crimes committed in front of the police station, the chaos in Bloomsbury, I think I'll give that to General Adams. And perhaps the one of police tampering with evidence, Honorable Foucault. I think we've got a Madlanga Commission witness here about police tampering with evidence. But we don't have such reported incidents of police tampering with evidence. But I want to assure you, should we pick that up, we'll immediately suspend the person and then we'll deal with him. Can we, General Adams?
Thank you, General. Honorable members, just on a lighter note where General Singh stood off with regard to the 5 million worth of equipment that was bought, that equipment will not be able to work if there's no electricity. So if the honorable members can assist us in getting our garages sorted out through DPWI, for them paying the accounts, then that we can put that equipment to good use. Otherwise, we don't have the old ratchet sets. Now it's pneumatics, and pneumatic needs power. With regard to Batu and Bloomsbury, Honorable Foucault, I have taken note. That is and still my responsibility, and was my responsibility solely as a district commissioner. I will attend to that. If there's details about a specific incident, we will follow that up. But if it's normally and generally happening, I will speak to the station commander, Lieutenant Colonel Rankadi, in terms of that phenomena that is happening right in front of the police station. Bloomsbury, the same in with regard to the chaos and poor service delivery. But I would also, in the same, now that I'm speaking about Batu, cordially and kindly invite the honorable members of this committee to accompany me to go and see what is the state of the infrastructure of SAPS Batu. SAPS Batu is regarded as a heritage site, but under the police station there's a natural underwater source. And the damp is coming through the walls. I don't get squeamish easily, honorable members, but when I look at the mold on the walls there, and that spores of the mold getting into the air and our members ingesting it, we are going to sit with issues in time to come. That place is a bio it's a natural disaster, for a lack of a better. We need to deal with the natural water under it in order to preserve the structure that's above ground. But that's the least of our problems. The serious ones in terms of crimes against a person, we will definitely address that, Honorable Foucault. Thank you very much, General.
Well, Honorable Chair, one of the stations which contribute big time to our crime is Kagisano. In 1993, I was working as a detective commander at Kagisano. That police station was meant to be station commander's house. From that time, a police station was being built for Kagisano up to now. It's how many years ago, 93 up to now. There is no police station. And Kagisano station precinct has grown, and it contributes big time, and you don't have even space for police there. And perhaps if we can be assisted there, we will really appreciate it. The issue of Ndate Foucault's stock in the pound Lily brand, he might just go and pay for his stock. But if it's a exhibit, we'll gladly pay for it. In 1 year, we paid 5 million for stock in pounds from the police budget. But if it's stock which is not stolen, then Ndate Foucault must go and pay for it. Otherwise, it just go up and up. Perhaps we take questions from Honorable Sukobela. The top 30, General Adams, as well as cases. I think cases we've drawn in court, Honorable Chair, I've addressed it generally. Otherwise, we'll be repeating. And the complement for rural safety. The issue of municipal pound, we also addressed it. Yes, General.
Then Honorable Sekgobela also spoken about Nyakalong.
Yeah, or closure of Nyakalong.
Nyakalong,
Okay.
General. Maybe for General Singh with regard to infrastructure, General.
Okay.
Chair, thank you. Yeah. I think we, as management, we took a decision to do an assessment of all contact points and satellites in the province. And we have come up with recommendations on some. There's some satellite, contact points, it's not feasible for it to be open for obvious reasons in terms of safety and security, et cetera, et cetera. So those ones, we are officially closing it. I don't have the names of the stations, of the satellites or the contact points right now, but there are those that we have closed on the system as well, and we move those resources back to the main police station. I think Nyakolong is one of them that but I'm subject to correction. I can provide that information, Nyakolong.
Thank you, General. Thank you, honorable members. The other part of Honorable Sekgobela's comments and was regard to attempted murders. It was my first entry, Honorable Sekgobela, that I made when the crime was presented. And I made that deliberately because I wanted to remind myself to implore these very important people here to be of assistance when it comes to that. Attempted murders in this province, to a great extent, is being committed by the use of, or as a result of the consumption of alcohol. If we look at the number of licensed liquor premises, that continues to increase month in and month out. With that comes the illegal premises that we are dismantling week after week after week. And the section, what is it, Section General of the Liquor Act, Section 41. But we are sending complaints in terms of a specific section in the Liquor Act to the Liquor Board for them to consider if crime was committed or were committed at licensed liquor premises where people get shot, they get stabbed inside the premises of, that then amounts to attempted murders. Those type of things, and I believe this is the appropriate committee to assist us, to ask those colleagues of the Free State Liquor and Gambling Authority to come forward and say, we have got the stats in terms of licensed premises for all the 114 police stations. We can present that at the click of a button. But where they need to come to the fore to withdraw permits for non-compliance, it's not happening. So it's important that the collaboration and intergovernmental collaboration should be based on the principle of us assisting one another. We understand that that entity is issuing licenses because it creates jobs, it's economic activity. But the unintended consequences associated with that is something that we see in the manifestation of murders and attempted murders. Apart from that, rapes, when young ladies are leaving there, how they get accosted, and get raped, they get robbed, and many other mostly contact crimes as a result of the liquor premises, licensed liquor premises there is, but the accountability to the owners and the entities responsible for that is not to the extent that we as the SAPS can sit and say, we feel confident that together we are making inroads. So I just wanted to give that background, and please, if you would, in the course and scope of your duty, would come across this, please just interrogate and see for yourself what is the extent of what is it that we are dealing with in an already constrained environment. We are not that department that wants to put forward excuses for not being able to meet the expectations of the community. We shoulder that, but when we are given an opportunity to talk and share realities, I think we are also using that without fear or favor. Thank you very much. Those were our response, and I think we have exhausted the ones for Honorable Sekgobela, General.
Thanks, General. Honorable Chair, we then take the questions of Honorable Pretorius. The first one was about Willem Pretorius. I don't know whether it's coincidence Yeah, we work hand in glove to address poaching with the steer. We even have dedicated operations where we go and work in their areas, do roadblocks to address poaching. All cases of poaching get reported, and we have a dedicated team looking into poaching cases. Not only in Willem Pretorius, even in Hoopstad area. We have number of wild animals which get, especially rhinos, in the area of Willem Pretorius, in the Kroonstad area, in the Hoopstad area. You have rhinos there. And we do regular operations to try and address poaching of animals. The SAPS and municipalities, law enforcement not assisting police. Recently we had a Prof joint strategic session where we ironed out and came up with interventions. And we saw from our last Prof joint meeting there is improvement in terms of departments contributing. In our last meeting I even spoke to department like health to say, you should know your role in the Prof joints, because there are illegal abortions, and it's you who knows them, because patients come to hospitals, we don't know about those, and as patients come to hospitals, you should be knowing, and you must come to the Prof joint and say, police, I need assistance. Let's go and operate in this area. You bring your people specialized. We bring a law, and we assist you. This is what we talk with all other departments, because each and every department, we assist in ensuring that their mandate is fulfilled, where there is issues relating to crime for that department. The usage of technology. Yes, we have a lot of technology in place as the police, and we are busy capacitating the issues around drones. And in case of dashboard cameras, I think there is a project nationally to buy dashboard cameras. That will assist us a lot, especially where you have two police on the highway and stopping armed people who shoot at the police. They will assist us, those things. Sometimes police get accused of things which they did not do. Now those cameras will assist us. We also use, every vehicle of the police, we have a tracking device. And that assists us a lot when there is crime committed. And we also, they assist us to check why there was rising crime in this area, while this van was posted in this area. Then you find that, no, this car was not where it was supposed to be. And we deal with that conduct. But we monitor our vehicles, police vehicles. We also have PV personnel verification system where we have the SAP 14, where if somebody is detained at Bethlehem, you can press a button here and you'll know where this person detained. We have moved into that direction to computerize most of the things and use the systems for most of our things. Vandalism of pump station and substations. All these things belongs to somebody. And the responsibility first is that somebody. We are in support as the police. Unfortunately, we can't post police at every of those things to guard them. We had engagement with Kroonstad municipality, Mkhaka. The district commissioner had engagement with them to say, we have copper theft cable high in Mkhaka. How can we assist? And because you cannot have security, and when you have security companies, issues of tenders, then Bukit Matala get involved. But then we said, to assist you, we can put a team which can respond, but the usage by yourself to guard your own properties, if you can use a drone, we'll respond. Because you can't have drones as the police all over. You need a license, you need a person who is trained to operate that drone. But municipality to safeguard its own property, if you put that in place, we are more than willing to respond, and that will assist us a lot. We are using those in operations at mines, where the mine authorities have drones, and we are very successful to respond. Even when a person runs away or drives away, we can quickly intercept that person because of the use of technology. Honorable Khaurekwe spoke to strategy to reduce family violence, child protection. I don't want to answer everything, General Adams. Perhaps you can take the questions of Honorable Khaurekwe.
Thank you, General. I would also just want to add on what the Provincial Commissioner indicated. We are also heavily reliant on the effective utilization of the Eyes and Ears project across the province. That is something that is paying off dividends big time. The only thing is at times we are frustrating our private colleagues because our response is not as fast as they want us to be, but we always go back through the footage that they are providing, and we go back and we follow up if there wasn't an immediate response. So that is part of the technological advancements that we are piggybacking on because we don't have the resources on our own. With regard to Honorable Khaurekwe, you said, General, that's Honorable Member number 8. In terms, I have numbered you like that, Honorable Members. Whether there is a strategy on family violence, child protection, and sexual offenses, yes, indeed, there is. And if there is a crime in this province and nationally that really gets, joy from our courts, it's this crime. When we look at the number of life sentences, a total of 50 life sentences just in a 3-month period, and sentences 20 years and above, the court do not frown upon sexual predators. The only thing that we are lacking is, that we are having district-based family violence, child protection, and sexual offences units. It's not at it's each and every of the 114 police stations. But those police stations that they serve, they respond, and they respond fast. But there's also a high level when it comes to domestic violence-related incidents, where the complainant, normally a female, or in some cases children, at some point during the court process, they then withdraw. It also leads to the withdrawal because they are then staring the reality in the face that the breadwinner is going to go to jail. And that is what's also, our investigation can be 100%. If they then go and tell the prosecutor, I do not want to proceed in court because we don't allow them to give a withdrawal statement for such cases, prior to the court proceedings. If they then go, then obviously we, and I don't like to use this word, but that's really literally nothing that we can do to stop it. In this province, our FCS units are regularly making the headlines. I have seen as of late, the number of, and it's sergeants, not senior members that are securing these life sentences. So, but we still continue to stop these crimes from happening in awareness campaigns and going out and sensitizing communities about what constitutes a crime under that, the contact crimes, sexual offenses, and to prevent this from happening. But the reality is it does happen, but our response is really to an extent, we can never be 100% satisfied, but there is a satisfactory response in relation to this. As resources would increase in terms of human resources, it will definitely be invested there because they are having the same problems of natural attrition, senior investigators leaving and moving on to other parts, and we continuously have to cover that up. Victim-friendly rooms, I think it was spoken about. General Machele indicated 99 across the 114 police stations, and if there's no victim-friendly room, they then go to a private area to be interviewed. Thank you very much, Honorable Member number 8.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Over and above that, General Adams, we have forensic social workers who are mainly covering the juvenile cases. Those who can't even speak, they are doing their utmost in ensuring that they can get something to bring perpetrators into the courts. So they are doing a good job with the cases of the children. Thank you so much, General.
Thank you, Chair. In respect of the competency of members who are trained in sexual offences, now in terms of our training provisioning plan, they undergo training, and after the training, they are either assessed as competent or not yet competent. And once they're declared competent, then they are sent out. And obviously the commanders thereafter measure the level of competency on the field itself. Thank you.
The issue of getting feedback without going to a police station, that is possible. In the main, the investigating officers are supposed to interact with the victim or complainant and say, ma'am, I'm so and so, I'm investigating your case, this is my contact number. If you have information or anything you like to establish from me, this is my number. Over above that, when you open a case, the system automatically, when you have given a correct working cell number, system will give you a case number also as the number of the police station. However, what is important is a detective to engage with you. Basically, it can just take you a call away or even a WhatsApp to contact the detectives. There is a standard that detective must engage with the complainant within a specific time. And we do, Honorable Chair, get complaints that since I opened a case, I have not heard anything from the police. In those instances, we have dedicated capacity to deal with complaints against the police. We deal with it as a complaint, and once we see element of misconduct, then we register a misconduct and we take a person to a hearing for not giving the complainant feedback in his case. And we like people to report more where they are not happy, so that if things are not reported, we'll never know that there is problems here. We welcome such reports. I think we have addressed the issues of victim-friendly rooms. The member number 9, Honorable Klute, questions. Yeah, I think it was about the stray animals. I think to an extent I have addressed it. But whether police are informed about national instructions, it's on stock theft, that instruction, on what police must do when there is stray animals. There is station lectures where the station commander speaks to his members about these things and to indicate to them what is their responsibility, what must they do. Myself, when I drive around, when I see stray animal, the first call I make a call to the station commander. I say, I'm driving, I'm passing Tienesen, and that's where I will find stray animal. Just passing Tienesen to Brantford to Tienesen, you'll find stray animals because fence has been stolen there. Say, hey, people are going to be killed. Get the right people, get traffic here, get the owner of the stock to take his stock and give him a fine for this stray animal. Now, police knows, they've never said, no, we don't know what to do. But yes, you'll find the silly officers, but I want to assure that such conduct will deal with it. There is no way you can say, I don't know, because we have legal service, which is forever on standby. If you are not sure about anything, it's a call away to our legal departments or call away to General Adams or to me to say, I speak to everybody, even a clerk calls me, even a constable calls me to know, can I get advice? I advise. Basically, one who says, I don't know what to do, it's a silly police. That we must deal with that conduct as the police. I think the issue of the rural safety coordinator assigned a vehicle. I think we made that mistake one day and gave a car which is designated to rural safety. I think it's about 6 years ago. Now, the technique is this, Honorable Chair. When this car is dedicated to rural safety, if it breaks, what then? Do you want him to take this car which service the township? That is the technicality, because vehicles within a station precinct must serve the station precinct. And there is misunderstanding to think the rural safety coordinator is the only one who can serve or attend crimes in the rural community. No, he's just a coordinator to ensure that there is relationship, we have records, we've got data on farms, and he knows people there, and the police respond to complaints, not him personally. I think that's where the misunderstanding sometimes is. General Adams, want to feel?
Thank you, General. But in the same breath, there is certain police stations that is entirely rural. If I can use Dealsville for an example. The town is like this, so we then need to change the mindset of the local police to say that rural safety and its associated responsibilities should be the order of the day, because for them to drive patrol, they know all the criminals there. It's a small little, they know we steal for potslag, they know who is the, but then further away, and this is something that I will be seized with, because I had big engagements with organized farming in the province, in the department with regard to rural safety related matters, that we're going to try and unblock these challenges, for a lack of a better term. But obviously when we are talking, we don't talk these diplomatic terms, we talk police terms, and we call a spade if there's a shortcoming. But one thing that I would want to also urge that the honorable members should be aware of is in such rural areas, there should be a very critical engagement that is referred to as the STIC, the Stock Theft Information Center meeting. It is not represented by organized labor or organized farming or informal farming, but everybody that has got vested interest when it comes to not just stock theft, because the theft of grain and those type of things is also a reality that we are faced with in the free. Everybody within the agricultural space need to be part of that, so that we can share ideas. If it's not active, we must go to the local station commander. Yes, the stock theft unit might be a little bit further from there, but from time to time, they must make provision that they can come and engage. And these are the things that we will get to be a little bit more efficient going forward, so that we don't have to wait for engagements like this, and these things then overwhelm us. But it needs to be dealt with there at grassroots level. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Yes. Finally, the one of perhaps we just touched on the one of Honorable Sekhobela on Nyakalong again, just to fill up on that one, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Nyakalong is still active. They are not necessarily working from the building there was, because the condition of the building is poor, but they're working from an office at the municipality. So they are providing services there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think we responded to all the questions. The one of Chair of Chairs, Honorable Meko, was not directed to us. Thanks.
Finally, Chair.
Finally.
No, thank you very much. I think we need to welcome the spirit that we also must leverage on the role that the legislature plays or can play in bringing to bear on effective policing. There was mention of a report that is available with regard to Park Road and Botterville, Ottendal police station. It's a matter that we also raised in the MINMAC because it has a direct impact on policing. Now, Chair of Chairs said we must speak about the role of the department within the context of IGR for effective policing. In that regard, I want to say that we as a department play a dual role with regard to policing. And that is with regard to oversight and implementation. The first report we did by the Civilian Secretariat was mainly really to show in practical terms what is it that we are doing as a department to support effective policing. With regard to implementation, I think we previously indicated here that government or cabinet of the Free State provincial government has now adopted an integrated crime and violence prevention strategy. That strategy has a program of action which accords different roles to different role players, and reports are supposed to be received on a quarterly basis. But then, and that's where also issues around GBVF are located, just in terms of practical programs. The last point I want to make is that we also get support from the role that the Prof joints also play. And I think they presented here important priority committees that assist in dealing with a whole range of issues. So the feedback that we receive from there is quite very much important in also informing the role that we can play as a department. But I think the point here really is that the cluster system with regard to fighting crime has proven to be working quite very well for us here in the Free State. I just wanted to make those comments.
To compile decent reports with practical resolutions that can be followed through. So thank you for that. If maybe we can get the NCOP report or the report on those 2 police stations that were sent to the NCOP when we can maybe get those reports as well. That will also assist us. And then, yes, I think that ultimately, when it comes to the impounds, the problem, unfortunately, is much deeper than we think, in the sense that these are municipal issues, and I think maybe next time we should also have a representative, maybe the MEC of Cooperative here, because you need a bylaw. But a bylaw has financial implications, and we all know what the financial situation of municipalities are currently. So it's not an overnight fix we're going to get, but we need them. We need those bylaws, and we need those impounds. So with that being said, MEC, thank you very much. Major General Lesia, thank you very much. And to your team, you are hereby then dismissed. And the department is dismissed as well. You are welcome to join us for supper. Committee, dinner, whatever. Committee, we can maybe just for 5 minutes just have a quick meeting, but it's going to be quick. So thank you very much. The meeting is then adjourned for now. Honorable Khabane always say,